You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good Saturday morning. Welcome to it. We're on the next to final day of the Bassmaster Elite Series season for 2024. This is the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River. We started out with 101 anglers, hoping to wrap up their season in a big way, and we are down to 50 of them on semifinal Saturday. The first order of business today, make it to the top 10 at the end of the day, because there's so much yet to resolve, yet to settle in this season. So many things on the line, including one of the two largest honors you can get in the world of fishing. Would take you down to the great state, the Empire State of New York, terrific for bass fishing in one of the most powerful rivers in North America, connected to one of the biggest and most powerful lakes, Mark-Zona. The production's been terrific over the first 2 days with great weather, but changes are on the way today.
No doubt about it. Tommy Sanders taking a look at our takeoff here in upstate New York, Waddington, New York. Gonna be with all your anglers, all your leaders really in this tournament, all the leaders in Angler of the Year today. And the interesting thing about this, a lot of guys making a very long run, perfect conditions Thursday and Friday. Not the case today. Mother Nature is going to have a say in all of our races.
Well, we will get right into that. We'll be in the boat with 10 of those, the top 10 anglers today, which also include top players in the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Let's start by listening to our anglers, starting with Shane Lee Hughes.
I've just had a tough year this year, to be honest. It's been the worst year I've ever had, as far as I haven't made as many cuts as I normally do. You know, normally I'm somewhere between 6 to 8 top 50 cuts, and this year I've just fell right outside of those a lot of the tournaments. It's just been decision making. It's you know, it's all on you as an angler. You know, it's getting better with that forward-facing sonar stuff. It's been dominant the last couple years, obviously, and smallmouth has always been since we've had it, but you know, other tournaments I struggle with it when I fish for like largemouth and spotted bass and things like that.
Leading them out. Feel good. Hey, we made it to day 3. That's the hard part. The goal now is just be consistent. We got to go catch some fish. You know, we got a different day ahead of us, but that's what bass fishing's about. We're gonna go do something different. We might try to poke out in the lake a little bit. I don't know. My main area is really windy. We could get there. It would just take so much time to get there, and it's how much fishing time you're actually gonna have. So we're gonna try to be smart today, catch some fish, and go from there. We're just gonna try to reel them in one cast at a time. That's all we're gonna do today.
Day 3, that's awesome. Because the last tournament, St. Lawrence River, and the Making the 4th place, that's awesome. So I will find a big fish today, so maybe I can get a big fish today. Strong rain. I'm worried about it, but I will find a big fish.
Zero pressure day. You're going to enjoy it, Nate.
The pressure is on. I mean, G may not be happy, but I may pull up. I didn't pull up on those dots yesterday.
I mean, you're having a great.
But it's where I've caught him many times where he's sitting, and I didn't want to go right beside him, but I fished it many times. I'm the one that kind of covered it, so I'm not really going to have an option if I'm not going to lake not to fish that break right beside him. So, sorry, G, but I may have company today. It was nice yesterday. And as my brother would say, nice guys finish last. So he may have some company today. He may not like it, but he learned the spot from watching Bass Live. So can't say he really found it.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Some anglers who are a little bit more anxious than usual. This is always a tense time on the 3rd day of a tournament, starting out trying to make the top 10.
Hold on a minute.
That said a lot.
Did he just throw his brother under the bus for what he is going to do this morning to Robert? Here's the dynamic. Here's the dynamic. A lot of your leaders have been running way out into Lake Ontario. Lake Ontario is going to be growling. One of the anglers that is just inside of the river with a little bit of protection is rookie Robert G. And he is on what's called a known community hole. A hole that this man right here, Chris Johnston, and his brother have dominated on in years past. They gave him a little bit of room yesterday, and it sounds like That absolutely is not. And we talked about it at the end of our broadcast yesterday with the anglers probably not being able to get out into the lake with the conditions that we have. There is going to be some collisions on very small key spots this morning. It might get a little zesty in a few minutes.
Seems unavoidable. That is what happens when you get down. Nothing's going to be left on the table this special week, this final week of 2024 for the best in the business, the Bassmaster Elite Series anglers. Can't wait to see how it happens. Can't wait to see how they do one of their most important things that they do on a regular basis. That's adapt to changing conditions. Let's take a look at what we saw yesterday. One of 3 former champions here over the past 4 years in this top 10 today, Jay Shakura.
Exactly. Taking a look at Caleb Summerall, one of those anglers making a long run into the lake. Very consistent, 47 pounds and 11 ounces.
Man, oh man, Drew Cook, always hanging around, it seems like, in the latter days of tournaments. Another one of our former champions from last year.
Exactly.
And
really
Walters.
Looking at all of these anglers in the top 10, the template has been there in years past. Get near Lake Ontario or within 5 miles of it, but that's a long run from Waddington. Taku Ito making one of those runs, over 50 pounds of bass in 2 days.
Champion here in 2021, Takumi Ito. You just heard from this young man here, Shane LeHue, looking to reel his season in, requalify for the Bassmaster Classic in 2025. And there's one of your co-leaders, one of the aforementioned Johnston brothers, Corey Johnston, in a tie at 52 pounds and 7 ounces with the rookie Robert G. And one more important moment from the weigh-in yesterday.
A record 32-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, 16-time Bassmaster winner, 4-time Classic champion, former Angler of the Year, his 50th season of competition. From Ava, Missouri, the legendary Mr. Rick Clunn. Had 19 pounds, 8 ounces yesterday. 5 fish here today, 18 pounds, 12 ounces. He moves into 4th place with 38 pounds and 4 ounces. Just a few weeks since his 78th birthday, ladies and gentlemen. His 500th tournament earlier this season. He is truly a living legend. And I need you to blow the leaves off these trees when he holds these fish high. One more time, let me hear it for the legendary Mr. Rick Clunn. $38 pounds and 4 ounces. Puts you in 4th place, Rick. And man, you said it backstage, we were talking, you're like, man, the way they hit the lure.
Yeah, I caught everyone on the trickster spinnerbait, and it's probably my Achilles heel here because I can get a few big ones like that, but here you got to get all big ones. And but this is going to be my last elite event. My heart doesn't want to quit, but my brain I'm finally listening to my brain. I rarely listen to it. I listen to my heart more than anything else, and. But my brain and my body, I'm not retiring. I don't want to hear that word. But I am going to pick some opens and just fish some tournaments I want to fish. I learned in COVID that to stay alive at my age, I got to challenge my mind and my body every day. And fishing does that. So I'm going to continue to fish open tournaments and things like that, stay close to home. Spend a little more time with family, and I need to thank everybody, but I can't. I'm going to just thank my family. They've supported me forever, and it's going to be tough. I know that, but it's also been an incredible journey. So I appreciate you guys coming out and all those that have come out before. Thanks.
Rick, every athlete in every sport, in every single interview, says they just wish to leave the sport better than they found it. And I think that it goes without saying what you have given what you have made, what you have created of this sport. We are all thankful for it. It's been an honor to announce some of your events. It has been an honor to call you a friend. And once again, thank you, Rick Clunn. Let's hear it for him, ladies and gentlemen.
One of the most incredible competitors in the history of sports.
Absolutely.
Not fishing, in sports. A career of that length is unheard of. It's extraordinary. What a bombshell moment. Not a retirement. I understand that you don't retire from being a legend. You don't retire from Mount Rushmore.
Absolutely. And one of the things, really looking at Rick Clunn's career, I've been able to cover a lot of it, really, the last 21 years with you, Tommy. And the one thing that you could say about Rick Clunn, he has done it the right way. He is the model for a lot of the young anglers. A few of the young anglers probably need to pay attention right now about how Rick Clunn has gone about his business. He was his own coach, his own caddy, and got it done his way. And the other thing that I will remember about Rick Clunn is he just won a couple years ago on the St. Johns River, and then backed it up the next time we went to the St. Johns River. You know how the other anglers look up to him when they all stuck around for the final weigh-in to watch Rick Clunn hold that to lift that trophy up. And the world of professional fishing will miss Rick Clunn on the Bassmaster Elite Series just because that dude's the bar. He is the bar.
Yeah. Ronnie Moore, you go back. He was performing at a high level long before you were born. He's important to you, though.
Twice my age, basically, how long he's been competing at the highest level. And guys, if you think about Tom Brady, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, which decade do you induct into the Hall of Fame? You, as an athlete, you join a sport and hope that your whole career would be enough to get you in a Hall of Fame. You could put every single decade of Rick Clunn's career, and he would get entry into the Hall of Fame based on those credits. And that alone speaks volumes, especially for how many variables and how hard it is on your body to be a fisherman in the waves that we're going to see today on the lake, and how much travel time behind the wheel of a car, towing a boat. Rick Clunn, every decade, Hall of Fame worthy.
Absolutely. What's funny is if you look at this old footage right here, well, I think that right there is when he won the Classic in Pine Bluff, Arkansas River.
Yeah.
Is if you look in a tackle catalog, you go into a Bass Pro Shops, whatever it is, the majority of hard baits, power baits, stuff with bait kit, not stuff with spinning rods, that wasn't Rick's jam, but his fingerprint is on every style of power fishing as far as a crankbait goes. He was one of the pioneers that absolutely mastered that style of fishing and literally made a career off of that style of fishing.
Absolutely. Well, this is a sport that's in its second 50 years now. That seems like a long time, but a young sport. Young enough that some of the original heroes are still around. That man, alone, one of the original heroes, still fishing, still beat almost 30 of the best in the business yesterday as he bowed out from the Bassmaster Elite Series. Not a retirement, but just a little bit of a different change for Rick Clunn. Just incredible stuff. We salute you, Rick Clunn. You've inspired people all through the years.
Awesome.
The man on top. I get that. That just takes my breath away.
What was interesting about Rick's career, it's hard to compare this in other sport. Easy but hard. Is Rick was one of those fishermen. A lot. You've seen this in Davey Height. You saw it in guys like Denny Brower, that they were not scared to fail. Okay, I mean, you could see Rick or those other names that I just said, you could see them down in the bottom, but the reason they would fail in certain tournaments, they were always going for the jugular, because when they hit in those tournaments, they absolutely blew those tournaments away, where second place was so far back, it's not like it's like there were certain tournaments Rick was in his own world, his own style of fishing, and that's what I'll remember the most, because when Rick Clunn hit and won, the rest of the field was so far back, and not to use the word he embarrassed the field, but there were a few tournaments he embarrassed the field.
We're going to have to remember Rick all day long today. Our favorite memories of Rick are going to pour out. Yes. I don't care. I don't think they're going to be able to stop. The dam won't hold.
Can we deem August 16th every year as Rick Clunn Day, the last day he competed on the Bassmaster Elite Series? Because that's the legacy. That's the legacy that he's left. 32 classics, 16 wins, 32 classic appearances, 4 classic wins, 16 overall wins, and an Angler of the Year, legend of the sport. 500 plus events.
Thank you for being with us here and indulging us for a while here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. But man, that is a meaningful milestone in an incomparable career in all of sports. I say it again, not just the world of fishing. We got a tournament going on, and a very important one right now. He fished here at the Alexandria Bay Bassmaster New York back about 48 years ago.
Wow.
So that's just one of the many memories from Rick Clunn we will have here. I think he finished pretty well in that one. Let's get out onto the lake right now, as some of them are still running to their first spots, and we will proceed with the very important business of semifinal Saturday. Before we get going, take a look at our leaderboard. Up to date right now per Bass Track estimated weights right now. And Keith Combs, the veteran, who has had a top 10 finish here before, has gone out to a quick lead. Robert G. and Corey Johnston started this day at the level they're at right now, 52 pounds and 7 ounces, still tied. They haven't gotten to their fishing and got it going yet. And we've got the top 10 and all the rest of them for you all day today. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River, Waddington, New York, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Good Saturday morning to you. Bassmaster Live on this very, very important next to last day of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. Down to 50 anglers gunning for the top 10 spots and a chance to get the final championship of the year. Another important race going on. One of the 2 top awards in the sport of bass fishing. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And there's the point situation right now. Jacob Fouts, third-year man, on top with the lead ahead of Corey Johnston, who starts the day with the lead, tied for the lead in the tournament. And Trey McKinney, who spent a long time earlier in the season on top of that list, as somehow the events have switched around. He is back. Wow. Definitely in contention today.
Yeah, definitely. And really, Jacob Fouts in the driver's seat right now, controls his own destiny. Taking a look at a lot of our anglers that are going to have to gas up the St. Lawrence River, that are making that long run out into a growling Lake Ontario. One of those anglers right there, Takumi Ito, getting it done, $5.29 per gallon. We were a little off on that yesterday. Actually, not bad for on-water gas in upstate New York. Yeah. Exactly. Inland in Michigan, you're looking at about $7.10. Taking a look at Corey Johnston, who's making a long run on the Canadian side of Lake Ontario. What will be interesting is what it looks like when these anglers get to their areas. Very, very susceptible to wind, where Corey Johnston is fishing and where your Angler of the Year leader, Jacob Fouts, has done most of his damage throughout this event.
Well, that will be the big reveal when we get out there, a little further out, almost down to Lake Ontario. We find Trey McKinney. We see co-leader Robert G. in the background there.
Well, the positive of this area, so many big ones caught here days 1 and 2. Trey McKinney hooked up live. Definitely the smallest one we've seen.
The smallest one I've caught here all week. Dude, I do not even want to put him in the box. But what choice do I have?
Okay, so if you look over his right-hand shoulder, that is the opening into Lake Ontario. So these guys will have a little bit of protection from that New York side mainland right at Cape Vincent to where just outside of Cape Vincent into the lake, more than likely, we will see 4 to 6 footers throughout the day today.
And building.
And building.
Okay. New York side is the east side. The wind mostly south, but some east, right? No. As predicted, or
mostly,
no?
Really, just about a straight south, which is a monster for a lot of your leaders that did their damage way out in the lake yesterday and day one. So here's been the magic throughout this tournament. Rookie Robert G. fishing that same island we're looking at with Trey McKinney. And basically, both of these anglers, this is a community hole. There has been a lot of dominance on this area in years past. Right off of the main shipping channel, the St. Lawrence River, sitting in about 30 feet of water, throwing out to about, let's call it 50. Again, right off of the main channel. And what's great about this, every single day it has a tendency to reload. The benefit of what we're going to see today, if you look at that wind right there, it is pushing with the current. It's going to make his bait look very natural. If it stacks up, if it's come from the east, it slows that current down, the fish tend to shut off. But the benefit of today, that wind is coming with the current, and that's exactly what we got to see with Robert G. yesterday. Pretty much a quarter-ounce jig head minnow has been his main weapon, and here's the best way to put what Robert G. did yesterday. Stood on them all day long, caught 4 5-pounders in the first hour. And we thought, well, he's going to catch one more good one and bail. No, stayed till about 2 o'clock and absolutely pounded them. Over 25 pounds of bass yesterday. And here's a perfect look of what's going on under the water. Stand by.
I'm feeling good. At least I can fish here and not get absolutely blown away. As soon as I got down here, I tried the same bait I was throwing yesterday, and it just flew in the wind way to the right. So I had to bump up the size on my weight, and hopefully that'll be the key, just to be able to cast it. Because the wind's blowing a lot harder than the waves look right now, just because we're protected in the river.
All right, so if you look at his sonar right there, basically that forward-facing sonar is shooting out in front of his boat. If you look at the top of your screen, 90 feet. The key spot, if you look at 70 feet, is that shelf rock that cuts off. So he's casting past that, and you see all those little dots just past that shelf. Those are what he is looking for. And yesterday, what's interesting is he would hook one. You would see one race at his bait, and then basically his screen would light up with a wolf pack of big ones. And the one thing that we got to see yesterday, it didn't seem like he was going to run out of bass, but as many as he pounded on, I mean, he caught 15 to 20 big ones yesterday after already having 4 or 5 pounders in his live well. But what's funny is he needed every one of them to hold course with Corey Johnston.
Wound up in a tie for the lead, not the lead.
This is my only shot I got to do well.
St. Lawrence runs from south to north, and as Marzona mentioned, the wind blowing the same way. The only time he had a slow period yesterday was when that wind would lay down.
Yeah, that was really interesting. When it was really perfect fishing conditions, where it flattened off, is when the fish truly shut down. That little bit of breeze that we had in the morning, you know, that wind combined with the current is basically the fan that brings the food to these smallmouth. But one thing to watch at this time yesterday, Robert G. already had 2 big ones in the boat. See his bait going down at about 55 feet. Cloud of bait at 20 feet out in front of his boat.
Well, Robert G., one of our overperforming rookies, which becomes a common thing in the last 3 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series especially. With that in mind, let's take a look at the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race, and Trey McKinney, who's out there in the top 10 today. Oh, he looks to be getting very close to putting his hands on that trophy. He just keeps going through this season despite a few setbacks. A couple of tournaments ago, Trey McKinney was 732 pounds ahead of the likes of Wesley Gore, former rookie winner this year, John Garrett, and more. We'll be right back. Tomorrow, the NFL preseason kicks off on Fox as the Saints take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. It all begins tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox, the home, Super Bowl 59.
Tommy, would you mind me talking real quick about Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze?
Yeah, I would, all of them, not maybe at once, okay?
Let's go.
Let's trickle it out. Let's trickle it out.
Little
Give us something
fire.
to look forward to through the day. Look forward to that game, of course, and the whole NFL season. What a big one it's going to be. We're wrapping up a season meantime here in the state of New York.
Uh-oh.
Oh, semifinal Saturday. We knew there would be changes in the weather. Look at that low deck of clouds. Look at that wind. Look at those waves.
Here's what's amazing is that spot right there yesterday. This is coming from Corey Johnston's boat, and he said, semifinal Saturday, I'm sending it all the way into Lake Ontario. We knew he would do that.
Yes.
And this area right here, gang. So Corey Johnston making a 90-mile run to the mouth of Lake Ontario, and then another 30 miles in the gauntlet around Amherst Island. It is going to be growling. Now, his brother, Chris Johnston, said, I feel bad for Robert G., who's leading this tournament, but I am going to get some hot apple pie on this well-known community hole.
One important thing to know about the Johnstons, this is their home stadium. This is their Soldier Field right here.
Right, but don't stop it.
No doubt. I'm just trying to get you worked up.
Fired up. And Chris did give Robert G. a lot of room yesterday. Area known as the Rookie Trenasse right here.
Now it is.
So that buoy right there marks the actual St. Lawrence shipping channel. Kind of acts like a highway that'll really replenish this rock formation that Robert G. has been on. And
again, he was pretty much left alone yesterday.
And so for a rookie like Robert G., the one person that you probably don't want to see right over your right-hand shoulder is one of the not best smallmouth fishermen in the world. He's one of the best smallmouth fishermen ever, being Chris Johnston. Of all time, yes.
Important to point out why you just told us by this time yesterday he had 2 giants in the boat.
Yes.
So we're not on the same schedule as yet.
And these are like what's interesting is these are such small spots. Like Robert G., where he's sitting right there in between him and Chris Johnston. It is a one cast spot for everybody watching on FS1. It's not like it's 100 yards long. It's 30 yards at most. And really, Chris Johnston started here yesterday and had a painful day. Yesterday's probably the slowest day that we have ever seen with Chris Johnston on Bassmaster Live out on Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River, but salvaged his day to still be in the mix for Angler of the Year.
Robert G. again, a rookie. Go ahead. Robert G., a rookie from Tennessee, having a fantastic season. Started it off on the right foot, top 5 finish down at Toledo Bend, another giant fishery down in Texas, where the season began back in February.
Just going to say, had a couple nice bass come across the board. Keith Combs with a couple 4+s. He's taken the lead with 13 pounds, 4 ounces. Alex Wetherell, 4.8. He's up to second place.
Now here's the thing, came off right there for Trey McKinney.
Another 5-pounder.
McKinney, another rookie, just not very far removed from his high school graduation at the start of the season. Wow. Put on one of the most incredible performances ever in winning on Lake Fork in Texas.
Everything.
4th largest 4-day total in Bassmaster history.
Golly.
Here we go. Chris Johnston hooked up.
Little guy.
That is
number 2.
one of the smaller ones that we have seen this week, but still a solid keeper for Chris Johnston. Fish number 2.
What's that? Big. I don't know.
So all of these anglers right here really within 20 yards to 60 yards of each other. And really throughout days 1 and 2, when you would see a hook set, a small one was a 4-pound smallmouth, which is a big smallmouth, sure, in relative terms. Seeing Robert G hooked up.
His first keeper of the day if he can get it in. This is from one of the other anglers' boats here. That's how close these guys are, just for perspective.
Oh boy.
Got to share a spot with somebody. I hadn't fished here all week, but there we go. There's one.
Okay.
Well, I said it was going to get spicy.
So it begins.
Yeah, exactly. Trey, all right, over the other side of Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney hooked it. Oh, and he lost a second big one.
That is
Oh my goodness.
rough start.
I don't know. I don't freaking know. All I know is I just can't lose my mind. Oh my goodness.
Keep your head in.
That was another big one. Right? Who needs those?
2 coming off for McKinney. Robert G now on the board with one, not a 5-pounder, but
solid
a
fish,
better
though.
one.
If they want to play that game, I'll go smaller. If they want to eat that, then I'll go smaller. I'm gonna sit right here on this vein all day long.
Spicy.
Getting
Real
my 5 bites. Come on, dude.
That is basically the west side of Carlton Island. But again, have to say this, even though
I literally took my time.
Robert G has trenched in on this area days 1 and 2, he even said it himself. I'm on one of the biggest community holes where tournaments have been won before. One of those by Chris Johnston. So
yeah.
Like ever. what's going on.
We have 3 former champions here on this waterway in our top 10. The 4th one is Chris Johnston. And we're with all day.
First one was probably 5, it felt like. Second one, maybe 4.
That was a 4-pounder for Robert G. Moves him up in 2nd place.
Well, the one thing to be said, fastest start for Chris Johnston this week.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Numbers wise, for sure. Uncharacteristically tough for him this week. But you knew, we all knew he was going to, when the weather got bad, he gains an instant advantage.
Absolutely, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how long he stays, but I can tell you he is not going to watch another 25-pound bag get caught around him this morning.
Number 3.
There's a better one.
A giant. I'll take it. What's that? You were 50 yards over there and came over to me.
I've been working this whole thing for 2 days straight.
Who do you think even put this spot on the map?
Jody White.
What?
Jody White.
Now, look at Bassmaster. This is where I won the first tournament.
Really?
Right here. I didn't want to come over here yesterday, and I tried to catch them out there, and I didn't come here on my dots. So I'm the one that put this on the map. Fished here 1,000 times.
That actually is factual.
I can't really argue with that one.
I'd like to go to the lake, and yesterday I thought I can go to the lake and catch them and not bug you, but today I can't.
It does appear that the area reloaded from yesterday.
Yeah, I should say we're seeing why they're both there. We're getting.
It's a little check into the boards
Another
there.
part of the story that we're getting to. It's why they are there.
Now here's the dynamic that goes on under the water here. When one bites, it does tend to ignite the other ones. So the next few seconds, pretty critical for Chris Johnston's cast while he's fighting this fish.
I hope this is a bass.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Look at that freaking meathead.
Now the dynamic is he's getting off of spot lock with his trolling motor when he's fighting these fish and actually drifts away from the key cast, and now we'll have to go back up current and reposition after he, I mean, that is a good one right there.
Five, six.
5, 6. It's all about communication, guys.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack.
Yeah.
Right.
Just have a conversation. We'll be good.
Sorting out who truly.
G's a great guy. Chris is a great guy. They just need to talk for a second.
Yeah.
A little communication, a little history lesson folded in there. It's all coming together. This is good stuff on the St. Lawrence.
so we got some wind coming in tomorrow. It's supposed to be blowing 25 to 30. You know, I'm probably going to have to call an audible. I don't foresee myself being able to get out there and have enough time to really be effective and fish. So, you know, I'm going to try to send it out there, but we're going to see what happens. Probably not going to be able to make it happen, but we're going to try, and if not, then we're just going fishing, man.
I don't even know what to do. Apparently, I'm 16 points back of AOY, which really is nothing. It's actually closer than I thought it was going to be. It's not like it used to be here, you know. You used to be able to catch 75% of the ones you see, and now you're down to less than 25%. You might be 15%.
I mean, there's a lot of fish there, but they just are very finicky and they're hard to get to bite.
We got some really nasty weather coming in, so I think I can give myself a chance to get a good check, but we're going to need some luck to go our way to be able to find those fish, you know, in the river or to adjust to make it for 4 days.
What these anglers are dealing with today, RVMC on point for you right there. And take a look at the different character of Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River with all the windrows, all the waves. That's just going to gin up during the course of the day there. So we're looking forward to a lot of action, to be sure. Uh-oh.
There it is, a Skeeter Boats BFA, a big one. Chris Johnston, we missed it. His first catch was a 6-pounder.
Whoa, we did not know that.
Shot across the bow, climbed up literally about 20 spots with that.
This was earlier. We didn't get this to you as it happened, but we got it now.
This is a giant. Come on. Oh my God. Oh, come here. Frank. It's a 6.5. Oh my God.
That was a giant.
When it is a 6-pounder. Oh my goodness.
And if Chris says it's a 6-pounder, it's more than 6 pounds.
Yeah. Didn't he say 6.5?
It looked to be 6.5.
Yeah. Takes him from 31st place all the way up into 4th place. How about that?
Wow.
Boy, that's a bombshell early on. The end of what you might call the first quarter of action.
I guess.
This fishing day. Gino's still the man with the lead, and he's hooked up again. He's got a 5.5 and a 4 in the live well.
Yes, sir. This is for America. It's for America, baby. .314.
It's like the Olympics, like an international battle right now.
Yeah,
that's right.
It doesn't mean that a diplomatic solution is not possible.
I don't foresee that happening as of right now, Tommy. Good point. Not going to happen.
No.
No. I don't think you're going to see Chris pull the ripcord and head out into the lake as fast as he did
No, I think he
yesterday.
has ample reason to stay right where he is.
Let's go.
Let's go. He's moved himself
With Chris
well
Johnston's
outside the top
climb.
10 into the
Taku
top
time.
4.
Hey, Taku boy.
Leader after day 1.
All right, here's something that has definitely transpired in this event. Taku Ito has been running all the way to Shimo Bay, which is about another 10 miles south of where he is. So a lot of our anglers laying up right now and not heading to their primary fishing areas that we've seen on days 1 and 2. Taku Ito hooked up live. Taku boy.
Not big.
And this, just so you know, this is the calm side of this island right here.
This is refuge.
The southwest side of Grenadier Island would be chippy.
Number 1, not big, but
Hard to stand.
Yes, it's hard. Okay. Okay.
And they're going to get a look at Patrick Walters.
Patrick, your champion from last year, 2023.
Very consistent in this tournament, 24 pounds a day. And lost a lot of time on day 1 due to some mechanical issues.
Patrick told us the launch this morning, the hard work's over. He's made it to day 3. He must know something I don't know.
And I'll tell you, from looking where he's at right here, I do not think he made the run all the way to where he had been fishing. We'll confirm that.
Patrick already with a win this season at Lake Murray. Definitely one of the top tier of the elite guys. Many wins.
Oh, he jumped in the boat. We'll take it. Yeah. We'll take it. Hook fell right out too. Oh my gosh. Number 1. Not a big one, but hey, river bass. We'll take a river bass.
Yep, he is in the river.
Get that sucker filling up.
And a lot of fish in the river that size. We've seen several 21 to 22 and a half pounds caught in the river. But the problem is that ceiling to get to that 24 to 26 pounds, you have got to be near that lake unless you have a flawless day in the St. Lawrence River.
Patrick led actually a squadron of 4 total anglers who cracked the 100-pound mark last year here on the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. Remains to be seen how many, if any, make it to the century mark today. We've got some on track, that is for sure, and we are on track for a big day, battling it out. Semifinal Saturday. Oh, it's no joke. We look forward to this tournament every year. Bassmaster Elite Series, the Humminbird Elite, here on the mighty St. Lawrence River. One of the greatest playing fields for the greatest anglers in the world going after smallmouth bass exclusively. This week, Robert G., the rookie from Tennessee, who's had a great season, still sits atop that leaderboard, ahead of Drew Benton, Keith Combs, Chris Johnston.
Yeah, and really looking at that leaderboard, a lot of your anglers that made that run out to areas like Galoo Island, Tommy Sanders, or the Main Duck Islands, doesn't look like they're going to get out there. But one angler that got in the lake, you look at Shane LaHue, and way up on the top left-hand corner, Corey Johnston. Full send all the way out to Amherst Island. Said he was going to do that, and knows how to fish in these conditions.
Well, he showed us yesterday. He knows what he's doing here. The biggest limit yesterday of 27.7. Biggest limit of the tournament. You see our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Jacob Fouts, into this group of 3.
Hey, one thing that was on that map right there, Jacob Fouts, one of those anglers that went out to duck, he as well has laid up and fishing about a quarter mile from our rookie Chernas area. Chris Johnston, Robert G., Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston live.
This could be a better one.
Actually believe right over Chris Johnson's shoulder. I believe that is Jacob Fouts out there. Strangest dynamic of a semifinal, final Saturday of the season ever in the history of ever.
It's hard to wrap your head around everything that's going on out there and all of the possible scenarios. But this is a good scenario for Chris Johnston. Very different from yesterday.
Oh, it's a good one. That's what we're after. Weird, he's missing part of his gill plate. That's a good one. Oh, we got 2 in the locker.
Full bed head, 4 fish in the live well for Chris Johnston.
Well, kind of hard to avoid.
Okay, right next to Chris, Robert G.
That last one for Chris went in as a 5-pounder.
A lot of these fish coming right on that main lip, that little rock formation off the main shipping channel. Boat sitting at about 30 feet, making the cast to about 52, but right where that rock shelf is from, call it 35 out to 45.
There we go. Live well real quick.
Unreal. I think I'll burn it down today.
Well, I was about to say, you should know that Robert G. sat there and tried to burn this place down.
But to have the help of Chris Johnston, I mean, it will be on fire by noon.
One of them will be able to stand on his boat and say, that's it, the last 5-pounder in the St. Lawrence River.
Not that big. Oh, you're not that big. Get in here. First day landing a fish. It's number 5 though.
It's not that big. That's over 5 though.
Oh, I think you said that's number 5. Number 5.
Okay, got it.
He's over 20 pounds, though.
He's over 20
Yeah,
pounds.
man. He has.
He's erased his 16-point deficit to Fouts. Fouts is stuck on one fish. Chris Johnston's leading AOY by 20 points plus.
That fish was pretty huge in the context of everything going on.
I will remember this morning, Tommy. I will absolutely remember this morning.
This is some of the craziest stuff we've ever seen. There it is.
That is it.
Lawrence, bird's eye view of the rookie Trenos, as you call it.
Absolutely is.
Gathering of the rookies, the veterans, and more.
Exactly. Gathering of friends.
Mm-hmm.
Really good shot of how close that key rock formation is off of the shipping channel. That green buoy is the main shipping channel. A lot of barge traffic there.
Oh, yeah.
Thursday and Friday. And what was interesting is watching those barges come through, they would push so much water, you would instantly see one of the anglers that would fish through there just moves a lot of water, and you would see fish actually ignite.
Yeah. What I'm throwing here is a 6.2 gram Gamakatsu Horizon head on a fluke style bait, 8-pound test leader. Put it on. They're good for one fish, but it's a 5, I'll take it. There we go. Well, I got different colors. That's my favorite color though.
And that has been the key for both of these anglers, a jig head minnow. Call it a Sakamata style bait.
Oh. Just a few feet away. Trey McKinney.
I mean, they still, like I said, that's 3. I'd have 3 right now. All I'd have to do is get 2 more bites the rest of the day. And I'd be fine, you know? Yeah. That first one, massive. Second one, 4 something. The one I broke off, I went like this and it never came off the bottom. Get up to here, spot lock, regroup, retie, go to catch them.
Trey McKinney, your rookie leader, almost. He's getting very close to locking that one down. Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year.
It is a little pisky. We got 11th place Wesley Gore right there behind him, and so if Trey loses those 3 fish, maybe doesn't have a big a bag today and drops to 20, the door is open for G, Gore, John Gary, anybody like that to do it.
That's right. Jacob Fouts now, his lead in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, not what it was to start the day.
He went out there, and turned around and came back.
Again, all of his quality that he's caught this week, about 15 to 17 miles out into the lake, not able to get there today, and laying up not too far from Robert G., Chris Johnston, and Trey McKinney is Jacob Fouts.
Yes, it is. It's a big one. I don't have her very good.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
I mean a big one. Come on.
Speaking of Fouts, getting it cranked up after having given up a lot of
big
points
one, man.
in real time. As we track these things in real time, the point situation as well, but that's going to help the cause right there. Still, Robert G on top, still a pretty decent lead right now, but Chris Johnston moving up in this tournament, moving up. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. The plot just gets more and more interesting, and it will get more urgent as the day goes on. Benton Wetherill. Alex Wetherill coming from outside the top 10. We have got things going on early on the St. Lawrence. Tonight it's baseball night in America on Fox as Shohei Ohtani leads the Dodgers against Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Or the Guardians take on the Brewers. It all begins tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Semifinal Saturday, St. Lawrence River Lake, Ontario. Humminbird Bassmaster Elite here, and this is the final event of the season. We've got 2 days, well, a day and change of fishing as it stands right now. We're into the second quarter, if you will, of the semifinal Saturday action right now. Today's objective, of course, as always, make it to the top 10 out of the 50 who are left out of our original field here on day number 3. And let's get down now to the man who won it all here last year. Patrick Walters busted that century mark. Terrific performance, a little further down in the lake than he is right now.
Exactly. Taking a look at Patrick Walters just outside of Kingston. We saw Corey Johnston in between Amherst Island and Prince Edward Bay. But all eyes on this group right here: Robert G., Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney.
Started the day with the lead, had just under 27 pounds yesterday. Put him in a tie with Corey Johnston, who is out of our signal range right now. We're looking to get something to him as fast as we can. Don't know how possible that's going to be.
Giant stringer for Corey Johnston yesterday.
Biggest of the tournament.
Yes.
Four and a quarter.
Corey's 27.7 overshadowed Robert G's 26.11. They end up being tied. Corey's 27.7 is the 11th biggest bag in bass history here at the St. Lawrence River.
Really? Oh.
27.7.
Already one fish we're finding out in the boat for Corey Johnston. He is in the elements. There was probably 8 other competitors in this area with him yesterday, and Corey the only one braving the weather today. Not a surprise.
Lives on the lake here.
Sending it.
Knows how to deal with it.
Dude is an animal.
He is.
On, off the water.
Come on.
Area that he's fishing really from, call it 20 out to about 29, 30 feet of water. Isolated, big, individual boulders in this area.
Oh, that's a good
one. My gosh.
Yeah.
Two casts, two fish, baby.
He was mad at that jig head. Can we slow motion that real quick, Middleton, in the truck?
That other one looks not bad.
No,
but not that
right,
size.
Right.
We don't know what size the other one is. Just now getting our pictures of Corey.
They're biting. We just gotta get them. And I mean, they are biting.
Bad news for everyone else in the field.
It is bad news for every. I've spent a lot of time on that body of water with him, and actually he loves these conditions. As hostile and violent as it is out there on Lake Ontario right now, these are the days where they do bite. Like day one, when it was slick as glass, it was a slower day for him. Watch him just shamelessly throw this jig head. Get on out of here, boy. He had him pinned.
Get it wallered out.
Yes.
Yeah, get out.
Get out of here. Good one right there for Corey Johnston. I hope his camera stays up. Big one right there for the Canadian angler. From there, back to Patrick Walters, who has made his way out to the mouth of Lake Ontario.
No limit yet, so that one will likely go into the live well for Patrick Walters.
Little guy.
£2.
So Robert G has 21.7 on the day. His total is 73.14. Corey made up 5 pounds on him with that last fish at least.
That's well.
Oh my goodness. They are playing with me. Literally thumped it. Here, come on. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. And it don't feel big, of course.
Trey McKinney, fighting for the Rookie of the Year in the Bassmaster Elite Series, was in contention with his roommate, J.T. Tompkins from South Carolina, who was disqualified yesterday under the no information rule. So J.T. Tompkins not fishing with us today. Embarrassing ending to his season.
Certainly opened that door wider for Trey McKinney, but Trey not, well, he's kind of stuck on 7 pounds so far. That help a little. Well, it will help.
Son, we're on them. Just call it 2.
Ray McKinney had some good ones come off already today. Fighting against that, but the good news for him is he's got plenty of time left trying to nail down that all-important Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year award for 2024. It's semifinals Saturday. A full 50 anglers out there trying to make it into the top 10 to fish on Championship Sunday. We will be right back. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is the last stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Waddington, New York is our fantastic host city. Great, great crowd. Some of the best ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series and almost 20 years of action out there. Mighty St. Lawrence has been one of the premier stops, a legendary place, bucket list place for serious smallmouth anglers, that is sure. We've got a lot of action going on at this particular spot we're looking at right now in a much changed river and lake today with the weather. Trey McKinney started this tournament 38 points back in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. He's in better shape than that now.
It's a bass, it is a giant.
Led that race for a long time, and now he's hooked up.
Waves growing right now in this area, but still a lot of protection from that Cape Vincent side, the New York side of St. Lawrence River. I don't know that I've ever seen a fish landed this way, this position that he's got going.
Side saddle?
I've never seen a side saddle.
It's a bass.
I think he stole that from Will Davis last week at Lake Champlain.
Yes, we did. That's exactly what Will Davis was doing.
He was on the other side of the boat, though. He was on the driver's side.
Yes. Went home and watched Bass live, didn't he?
Not very big, though. That went bigger than anything I got in the box.
Trey McKinney losing 3 good ones earlier this morning, really right off the rip, first 20 minutes.
So I think he's going to be fish number 4 for Trey. Yeah. Going in as a 3-pounder.
Come on, buddy.
Trey McKinney, one of those factors in our Angler of the Year race and Rookie of the Year, like you guys have said. And now we are coming down to our final 2 days of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. Wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to further explain how the race is shaping up for Angler of the Year, because through 2 days of this event, we've only eliminated really 1 or 2 of our top contenders. There are still 5 or 6 able to win Progressive Angler of the Year. And when we think about Angler of the Year, that is like a MVP vote. It's a season-long deal. Our Super Bowl is the Bassmaster Classic. That is the championship. But the Angler of the Year is like the voting for MVP. And so far, right now, Justin Hamner, he was the one who was in control of his own destiny. If he finished in the top 20 or so, he had locked it up. Not the case anymore. He is eliminated and not fishing today. That means Chris Johnston, who started the week in 2nd place in points, now is the one in control of his destiny. His magic number, if he finishes this tournament 6th place outright, is the Angler of the Year winner no matter what. If he finishes 7th, he can tie Jacob Fouts if Fouts wins the event, and he would hold the tiebreaker. So right now, Chris Johnston started the day in 31st place in the tournament, having a great morning, obviously sharing that spot with Robert G. and commandeering some 6-pounders that he will need to move up the leaderboard to ensure he could maybe win Angler of the Year today. There is a possibility he can win without fishing tomorrow when our top 10 advance. But when we think about our current leader, Jacob Fouts has a 14-point lead coming into today over Corey Johnston, who is the leader of the tournament. Corey is maxed out on points, cannot get any closer to Fouts. No matter what he does, Fouts has to drop down for Corey to have a shot. Meanwhile, you have Trey McKinney, another point behind Corey. Same situation, needs Fouts to drop. But for Chris Johnston, this is his scariest feat. If Jacob Fouts, the what-if scenario, if Jacob makes a top 10, can he win Angler of the Year? Yes, he can, if Chris Johnston finishes 17th or worse. So Fouts started the day in 9th place in the tournament. If he makes it to the top 10 tomorrow and only 10 are fishing, then Chris Johnston, we will look at the leaderboard based on how Fouts weighing in today. If Johnston is 17th or worse, it would be Jacob Fouts' to win for Angler of the Year. And I have to say it, we never say the 3-letter word tie on the Bassmaster Elite Series because we don't want to ever extend anything. But if there is a tie in Angler of the Year, the tiebreaker is based on full field weight, days 1 and 2 of every event this season, and your cumulative weight ranks you. And overall, Corey Johnston has the tiebreaker over every single person. So if he ties for 2nd, he gets the nod. If he ties Chris Johnston or Jacob Fouts for the AOY win somehow, he would get the head nod. Chris Johnston is 2nd in the tiebreaker, so that's why Johnston, if he ties anyone else, he wins AOY. Trey McKinney, Jacob Fouts, and Jay Shakir. We still have 5 of our top 6 anglers in Angler of the Year with a shot to win going into the final 2 days of the season. Something, Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, we have rarely had on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
We don't ever want to extend anything. Amen to that, Ronnie Moore. Actually, great work right there. That was
a good picture of it. Oh, talk to me, Edo. Trouble. Oh, we have heard that it's stuck. You see in the up position that trolling motor right there, and he has been working on that, we understand, for a little while and to no avail.
More than likely, Taku probably going to have to get some service done. That is one of the demons of Lake Ontario starting to rear its ugly head. From there, we're going to head back over. Corey Johnston, 2 good ones in his live well, completely left alone today to do his work. You see him looking at his graph. Said they are biting better today than they have the last 2 days, which obviously has not been that bad for the Canadian angler.
27 pounds, bad.
No. Good one.
It is so hard what he is doing right now. To battle those waves with a 5 to 6 pound smallmouth.
They are here.
Look at that wave.
That is some swells there. Oh.
Come on, buddy.
He did not hesitate after the weigh-in yesterday. I said, are you heading back out there? 100%.
Oh, yeah. He is. Time in the seat in these conditions, he's got it over the rest of the field.
He's got it. Go.
Yeah. Don't see any end to this.
No.
don't see it.
There's going to be a lot more of that. Thing is, he will be against the clock today as far as making that. Basically, he's got over 100-mile run back to Waddington, New York. But 3 good ones in the live well for Corey Johnston.
Yeah, you factor in conditions like that, and the time calculations for the end of the day get pretty darned important. You got to be back to check in on time today. You don't want to risk a single ounce. Good tight competition, except right at the top there where Robert G still maintains a strong lead ahead of Chris Johnston, but it's still early on. Benton, Lee Wetherill, and Corey Johnston making up our top 6. Tomorrow, the NFL preseason kicks off on Fox as the Saints take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. It all begins tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox, the home of Super Bowl 59. Yes, it's back.
You a Brock Purdy believer, Tommy, or
I am.
no?
I am.
Well, you put enough weapons around somebody. I'm sorry.
He's got that.
I'm sorry.
He's got that.
That was a bad shot.
Part of the big picture. We're interested in the big picture here.
Jealousy is a powerful, powerful thing.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's
Works
good.
both ways.
It really does.
All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard. First place still Robert G. Big lead over Drew Benton. And right behind is Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston, who was had sort of a seismic start to his day here. He started all the way down on 30s. Terrible day for him yesterday. Day 1 was not up to his standards. Day 2 even worse, but now look at it.
Well, the Mercury move of the day literally is what Chris Johnston told us this morning. He said Robert G is not going to be very happy with me because I'm pretty much going to get in his back pocket an area that I have fished for the last, 12 to 15 years. Well, he did that and actually set up. He was going to probably make Robert G mad. The Mercury move of the day, though, Chris Johnston going from 31st to 3rd place unofficially. 20 pounds and 8 ounces, and really going to have to keep our eye on Jacob Fouts and if he could catch a solid stringer today, or the Angler of the Year is in jeopardy for Jacob Fouts. Your Mercury move of the day literally has been Chris Johnston, right next door from Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Looking at Robert G from Tennessee.
Hasn't really affected his weight that much. He's caught a lot of good ones.
Smallest fish, 3 pounds and 14 ounces unofficially. You can tell Chris Johnston having a solid morning, but Robert G has the lineup, the cast on this little rock formation off the shipping channel.
He's been so steady. He's like that big old clock in the hallway that bongs every 15 minutes.
Yep.
He gets a big smallmouth.
He's a big one.
USA, USA.
Oh, this is like Rocky against Ivan Drago right now.
With a few differences.
They're gonna chew today with this wind.
Was interesting though, Tommy, in Rocky IV at the end when, good one right there for Robert G when
5-4.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He is a happy Ewok, isn't he? It's interesting though, in that Rocky IV when he took down Ivan Drago, he brought both countries together, which I'm hoping that
That's
happens.
right. Diplomatic sort of breakthrough. That's right. That is right.
G's got our big bag at 22.13. He's over 75 pounds right now.
Started the day tied with Corey Johnston. I see that clash.
Wow.
Continuing.
Listen, Shane LaHue has made it out to Stony Island, dude. That, I guarantee you, was a run, and his area very protected from that south wind. All of his damage days 1 and 2 right here off of Stony Island Bassmaster Live. Shane LaHue. Shane LaHue Fishing.
was undecided right before takeoff whether he would do this or not.
Shane made the comment after the weigh-in yesterday, I'm going to have one cold one and really think about if I can make this run out here.
Did he?
He came in outside the Classic cut like at 47th in AOI points, and he's in the high 30s right now. He's assured himself of getting back.
Shane LaHue, obviously he's got a plan that is working. Came in here with purpose this week to the St. Lawrence. Let's look deeper into that with our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Shane LaHue here at the St. Lawrence River, and this is a staple for me every time I come here. This is a flat-nosed minnow, Berkeley Max scent. I don't know how many 23-pound plus bags I've caught on this here now, but for some reason, every time that I get out here, you know, the flatworm is a great bait as well, but I think this may imitate a goby a little bit more. I know it's a minnow style bait, but it's a little longer profile than your typical 3.6-inch flatworm. So I mean, like I said, every time we've come here, every good day that I've had, I've weighed in the majority of bass on the Berkeley Max scent.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures, and Z, we have got to look at some of the baits. Yeah, a lot of conversation, especially pre-tournament, about crawfish here. And we've seen a few jigfish caught out there today.
Couple tube fish, but for the most part,
fish, right?
You know what's funny is if you really let's just go a year ago, predominantly a drop shot has been the biggest player really the last decade here. And there has probably been 5 million drop shots thrown. A drop shot has not been a big player. Basically, your bait suspended above a weight. It's really a catfish or a walleye rig. A jig head minnow has by far just a natural, lighter, even looking what Corey's been doing out in all that wind, a lighter, more just a subtle, natural presentation has been very, very key for how pressured these fish have been.
Robert G. coaxing the fish out of those cracks in that rock, that ledge out there with his minnow style. Kenny probably had visions of having a limit by now.
Exactly.
A little bitty guy, or maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. I don't think he's real big, but, or he can't be, because of his head shakes. Not very big, but it's a fit. Oh my, I can't even get him because of the waves. All right, we gotta move something. The big ones have moved out.
Trey McKinney, one of the greatest rookie performances we've ever seen during the course of a year. Take a look at his season. Toledo Bend, great outing there, top 12. And then Lake Fork, 130 plus pounds.
Yes.
Fourth biggest stringer for a 4-day weight total in Bassmaster history. I mean, for a rookie, that is just almost unthinkable.
And it's been an up and down season. He lost his, I think it was the biggest stringer of the tournament at Smith Lake on day number 2. A lot of rule infractions with this young man this year, and he made the comment coming in this tournament, the only person that has hurt me this season is me. So pretty amazing. He's taken accountability to that. It's been an odd season for Trey McKinney, but unbelievable record so far.
Started the year as an 18-year-old Tommy, turned 19 the second week of the season, and has shown at times that he's 19, and so
sure, the 19-year-old brain, we all know about that.
The indictment is if you don't learn from your mistakes the next year, you know, when you're 20, 21, 22, if you do not.
We'll see next year if he's learned.
Yeah.
Little guy. That was a lot of bass right there.
Chris Johnston now finds himself in 3rd place. Drew Benton moves up.
Ow.
Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney with Rookie of the Year. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. He's trying to run that one down here, and he's getting close enough where he can start to think about putting his hands on that one. But it is not done yet. But what a season.
Let me ask you a question. If it comes down tomorrow for Angler of the Year, Corey against Chris, do they start on top of each other?
Absolutely.
If Chris makes the top 10, Corey can't win. But yes, they can do
Every
that.
cut but one made this year for Chris Johnston and only missed Lake Wheeler by 7 spots. What a year. Bassmaster Elite Series, the Humminbird Elite on the St. Lawrence River. Last stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Among great stories working, a great story from yesterday. Living legend in the sport. Still competitive at the age of 78. Rick Clunn announced on stage that 50th year of fishing with B.A.S.S. He's stepping back after this one from the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's got nothing else to prove, among other things. He is just one of the all-time greats, a true singular athlete in world history. Jacob Fouts, the man on top as we look at Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points laid out for you right there. A lot of pressure on Chris Johnston here today. He's got a shot at it.
How are you feeling so far this morning?
A lot less pressure than I did the last 2 mornings. I started here yesterday, was in between McKinney and G and got flustered and spun out and just wasn't fishing good all day. And I tried not to come over here to G where I caught them in that Bassmaster tournament I won, but I don't have any other options today. I can't go out to the lake. So I'm gonna fish this break and hopefully get about 25. And then at least Fouts is gonna have to catch him. I just saw him run back in the river, which is a good sign because I think he caught all his fish in the lake. So there's still a chance, especially if we can get like 24 today. A lot of these guys that caught him in the lake, I don't think are gonna be able to catch them. I'm gonna throw a different color at them, see if they like.
Ronnie Moore, what is Chris Johnston again, his lock-in number at the end of it all?
He will win Angler of the Year by at least 1 point if he finishes 6th in this event, which would be decided tomorrow if he made the top 10.
Okay.
If he finishes 7th, he could tie at worst if Fouts won the tournament. Right now, we look at some of these guys. Corey Johnston's maxed out in points, so he's down by 14. He's maxed out, though. Trey McKinney's 5th. He's almost maxed out. So it's really a 2-horse race, even though 4 or 5 are still not eliminated.
Chris Johnston with his early flurry got 20 points ahead of Fouts.
Oh, for sure.
Fouts needs to catch up, though, and other anglers have started to top Chris Johnston. He started 8 pounds out of the lead.
Yes.
There's a lot of guys who can get in between him.
This is Drew Benton.
Yeah, and this is not, real quick, this is not absolutely, you see how calm it is right there. That is not where Drew Benton has been fishing. Drew Benton, another angler just like Jacob Fouts, making a very, very long run into Lake Ontario. Not the case today. A lot of the anglers definitely laying up and seeking some shelter in the St. Lawrence River.
They're way different from the first 2 days. Near perfect weather the first 2 days.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Oh, yeah. We have storms and rain and wind today.
Benton's got about 17 and a half. He's in 4th place. Jordan Lee has jumped up a 3rd bag over 20 pounds to 3rd place.
Here we go. Now you get out in the big stuff. Gosh. Corey Johnston.
Oh, God, please.
He is like Major Dan. Corey Johnston catching 27 pounds there yesterday. There were 3 other big stringers caught there. 24 to 26 pounds. Good looking wave right there.
They're not the giant ones, but we'll take them.
Keeper number 4 has Corey in 2nd place, 7.5 pounds, a little more than 7.5 pounds back of Robert G. unofficially. So let's get back to Robert G. See if there's a reply to that. Will there be?
Wow.
No, he's
wow.
on the move. That is a shocker.
I am stunned at that. Robert G. lived here on day 2, protected it all day long, and not only protected it, just throttled them, making a move. Hold on.
Come catch a couple. I got 23 already. Chris, come get right on top of him, son.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
He's caught like 27 pounds. Come on.
Okay. He's going to get some retaliation here.
He's
Gather the
massing
forces.
the troops.
And yes, his 27.
I've not seen it. Listen, dude, I've done this 2 decades with you. I've never seen this.
No, absolutely
Game of
right.
Thrones
Never
stuff.
happened. That is wild.
Okay.
Oh boy. I don't know who he was talking to.
We're gonna know here very
Yeah, I guess so.
shortly.
Chris
Lot
Johnston.
better start today. I think my first cast, I got a 6.6. I just weighed it. Great big one. And I've caught 6 or 7 keepers, and I thought I had a little less than what I do, actually. I just weighed them, and I got about 24 pounds. And there's a lot of room to improve, to be honest. So, good start. And I don't know if you heard, but G was fishing here yesterday, and I didn't want to come fish this break. I wanted to, but he was catching them, so I didn't want to come in, so I thought I'll go to the lake and catch them. Today, the lake's not an option, so I got a fish here. Hold on. got a little chaser, because I can't go to the lake. So this is where I won, I don't even know how many years ago, 4 years ago, caught a lot of fish off this spot. Come on. And it's a lot more fun than going out in 8-foot waves, let me tell you. Brian, my camera guy, he wants to go out to the ducks right now just for fun. But I'm trying to convince him it's not going to be good. On the other side of things, I just saw Fouts come in the river, which is a really good sign for me, because if he can get out to his lake fish, and he'll probably have to start from scratch and didn't have time to practice the river with only 2 days of practice. So there's lots of room for me to move up the standings right now.
Yeah, Jacob Fouts, his rival.
Well,
Angler of the Year race down at 19th position.
Chris Johnston did say early this morning, I think I'm going to disappoint Robert G. Well, it appears he has done exactly that. Robert G. going to get other anglers to come out there and fish the hot apple pie. Got to get over to Drew Benton right now.
Well, interesting chess game going on right now.
Never seen anything like this.
Benton in the downpour. Good day, though. Good day yesterday as well for Drew Benton.
Just so you guys are aware, we have updated Bass Track to reflect his 24 and change for Chris Johnston, so that'll put him into second unofficially.
Wow.
As you heard him, he hit you with our TH Marine Weather Watch right now, and that's that's exactly what you're seeing.
Not nice.
No,
Right?
no, it's a rainy
nice.
old.
But here's
Cloudy
what,
day.
just to put into perspective, if you're watching here on FS1, good one right there for Drew Benton. Drew Benton fishing a lot closer to our takeoff in Waddington, New York, in the St. Lawrence River, pouring rain, and obviously not a drop of rain out near Cape Vincent in the mouth of Lake Ontario, which that generally happens in a 90-mile span.
Yeah, that's right. That's a big piece of real estate. Take a look where this cell is actually located. See if we can dial up a weather map here and show you some radar. Drew Benton continues. It looks like a pretty decent one. Flat calm though, it's like a whole nother world down there. Clayton.
It's like the Grammys music. We just turned it down because he's not done yet.
We'll see it when we get back.
There it is, that rain. Moving through, moving pretty quickly as well. So that's not gonna be a problem forever this morning, that's for sure. It's gonna have a different look here in about 15, 20, maybe half an hour. The St. Lawrence semifinal Saturday. Boy, lots of things working on this day. We'll be right back. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Semifinal Saturday, always have fireworks on a semifinal Saturday. Having a little extra fireworks this time.
At least up until now, is this the weirdest semifinal Saturday ever?
It is one of the most unusual and oddest and chippiest, I think, that we've had so far. And the weather is exceptionally bad in certain places, like where Corey Johnston is operating right now, but he's the man for the job out there. He has got more time in the seat in conditions like that than anyone else in this semifinal Saturday field, with the exception, possible exception, of his brother Chris.
Little guy.
I mean, a total mess. little guy. Pretty solid, though.
He'll make out a limit, I believe. Go to work on that. Well, I reckon he'll be out there all day till he's got to go. Figuring your time, figuring your run, long run back to Waddington, New York.
This cluster here.
He showed
now.
up.
Hold on.
Did he go get Jacob? Did Robert go get Jacob?
Hey, and Jay Securit's right in there north of the 3.
He's away from the back. It's all good.
He's pretty far away. Securit is closer to the Johnston spot, and then Wesley Gore's a little north of both of them.
Fouts was 19th on the leaderboard.
The bug eyes on that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Look at them things. Goofy looking one.
Yesterday, Jacob Fouts locked down his 12th consecutive cut. Incredible stuff. What a year for him, and he credits a lot of it to his superstitions.
What?
Yeah, so I've got this giant bait pile here at the bottom of my boat, and it's been getting a lot of looks here lately. And for me, I'm really superstitious, and so since I haven't missed a cut since the Sabine last year, and since St. Clair last year, I've been accumulating that pile of baits, and I've caught them good in every event since then. And I'm so superstitious, I'm too scared to pick it up. So that's why I have a giant pile of baits there. I am going to clean it up here at the end of the season, but that pile of baits is because I'm so superstitious.
I wonder what he thinks would happen if he picked that up.
That's about a full tournament's worth of entry fees worth of baits there. We could clean them up and pawn them off or whatever, but he's made plenty of money this year. He's good to go.
It's a storage place finds sort of episode right there. Let's get out to Shane Lehue. What a different world it is where he is. Totally protected.
It's sunny where he's
sunny.
at.
You're right. Wow, what can that be? Might help the fish bite.
That is a little notch shoal that comes off of Stony Island. Very well-known area throughout the decades.
This little one came out of nowhere.
Shane's sitting outside the top 10
Scooting
as it
on the
stands
bottom. I
right
could tell
now.
he was going to bite it. Gosh, that's not the right size.
So keeper number 2 took him a long while to get there. Had to go through much worse looking stuff than that to get where he is right now. Back over to Patrick Walters.
Patrick right in the Kingston, Ontario area. Very close to where Bryant Smith caught a giant stringer here years past.
Just outside the top 5 as it stands now, with 5 fish in the live well.
Thought he was already ready to give up. Got him. It's so weird, like when they finally bite it, they eat the heck out of it. He's not as big as I thought, but he'll call that 2 pound even. He's still 2 pounds. He's 2.5.
Get rid of that 2-pounder, gain half a pound, 8 ounces there for Patrick. I don't think that'll move him up in position, but.
Well, it still looks like, look at Robert G's graph, still look like there's plenty of fish.
Wow. I'm feeling good. Oh, it's been going pretty decent. I've got a few bites. Got around 23 pounds, so that's good. I'm going to keep milking it for a while and try to catch a couple more 5-pounders, then I'm going to leave and head back pretty early just so I can make it back in time, because who knows how rough the river is going to be.
You know, the one thing is, if you run that east shore, the New York side of the river today, it'll pretty much be smooth sailing the majority of the way. The north side, the Canadian side of the river, a little bit more chippy, but shouldn't be a bad ride in on the U.S. side of the St. Lawrence.
Allow yourself what?
Say it again?
Allow yourself what from, say, Clayton?
Hour and 25.
Okay. All right.
You should be fine.
Okay. Good to know. These guys soldier on. The morning is slipping away from us pretty fast here on semifinal Saturday. Still got Robert G on top. Not as much of a lead as he had before. Corey Johnston moving in on him just a little bit. Started out tied with him, and Corey back in the picture.
Yeah, I feel like the guys on the lake, it's going to be really hard to fish, but where I'm going to fish, it's going to be pretty difficult, I would say, because the wind blows straight in right on me where I'm fishing. So hopefully it'll all work out and I'll still be able to fish. I've been absolutely robbed on the last two, and I just made a terrible mistake at the end of the day at Champlain. I feel like that was mine to lose. I mean, I didn't know it at the time. That's why it ended up the way it did, but I kind of lost that tournament by not staying in the area I was catching them. So I really want to have a shot again to try to get a bully trophy, because I feel like I'm fishing real good right now, and I need to ride this train as long as I can stay on it. 5-pounder.
Well, what's driving Robert G to outperform everyone else here today? Well, the desire for that, he mentioned it last week, lost by ounces to Ed Loughran. The tournament before that, he was closed out by Taku Ito, second place on the final day.
Think about this, Tommy. He started the year with a 4th. He just got a 3rd at Champlain. He got a 2nd the week before at Smith. He could do 1, 2, 3, 4 for his best 4 finishes this year, and not win Rookie of the Year and not win Angler of the Year.
Wow.
Well, he's going to have to get past 2 Canadians in this one to hold that trophy.
Yeah, that's a tall order. Absolutely.
For some reason, you feel like we are far from over with that whole situation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to last multi-day, my prediction. Some of our traffic starting up on the shipping channel there, which is right adjacent to where Robert G and others are fishing.
And that is kind of what makes that spot so beautiful, right off the main highway. Has replenished this spot every morning of this tournament. That is really puts into perspective how small a bass boat is right there.
Yeah, it does. Is Johnston another angler in that area?
Throwing something a little different on him for a second.
Johnston, in fact, the best 5-fish limit of the day so far. Just under 24 pounds. Corey, who started, tied for the lead. He's the man closest to Robert G, right behind him. 4 pounds back, 4 1/4, 18.9.
This isn't too bad to fish in here.
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to choose?
What are you going to choose? I think it's fairly obvious. Tommy Sand a little bit spicy out on the St. Lawrence River today. Robert G., co-leader in this event. Big days 1 and 2, over 52 pounds of bass. Starting out on his primary area next to Canadian Chris Johnston. Robert G. trying to win this tournament. Chris Johnston trying to win Angler of the Year.
That freaking meathead.
Chris Johnston said, well, Robert G's probably not going to be in the best mood because I'm going to start in his back pocket. Well, he did that, but both anglers having a big morning. Tapered off a little bit here in the last, say, 30 minutes. This one right here for Chris Johnston, well over 6 pounds. Power pole replay of the day. U.S. versus Canada. Robert G. and Chris Johnston.
Robert G. hooked up.
Let's go. That's a dang football, son. Hammerhead. Five even.
Gets it.
5 even to go with his 5.6 and his 5.4 from earlier, and now he got rid of a 3.15. Technically, still has 2 that are 4 pounds 4 and a 4 1/4.
Ooh. Why don't we slink on back to Stony Island? Shane LaHue, who looks like he is in a different body of water. That island has, I'm sure it was not fun getting out to there, but a lot of protection for Shane LaHue, all to himself. Actually looking at the mouth of Chameau Bay right there over his left-hand shoulder.
Seventh place here back in 22, yet 58th place here last year. So he's getting a little back this time around. May have locked down his spot in the Classic for 2025 too.
Yeah, he thought I might need a top 10, and a top 10 will get him some clearance. And Tommy, that's what's weird is right now we have a tie for the last spot, 42nd, with Schmidt and Brian Schmidt and Tyler Rivette. Schmidt is fishing today though, starting at 18th. He can move up some and guarantee it. He can fall back some and be the first man out.
Wow.
But winner of this event double qualifies most likely for the Classic. The highest guys who need to win to get in are Brian New and Matt Robertson, who are just outside the top 10 to start the day. So it'll probably go to 43, and so Shane will be for sure safe.
Yeah, he came in today with 522 points. If he fell off from third place,
he needs to make it back today, at least to weigh in.
He can't lose 20 points.
Yeah.
Make it back, don't break anything.
Exactly.
Oh boy. Talking to Ito having to head back for service. A broken trolling motor, or one that's stuck in a bad position.
Good one right there for Shane LaHue.
I guess it's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
That's more like it.
Pumpkin.
Well, that is an old 315 New York Country Plunkin.
But Such, that's why I say, like, yeah, if he drops 20 spots, he drops out of the Classic. But it'll come back to him if someone wins, and he's 42 ahead of the first guy that's
Welcher's too far down, yeah.
Yes. So as long as LeHue doesn't finish 45th place, he'll be A-okay.
We've heard from Canadians. We've heard from This Is for America. We've talked to a Japanese angler who. Now, how about Australia's Carl Jacobson? 3 5-pounders today, trying to move up the board.
Wow, look at this. I mean, this is legend lives on from the Chippewa and down. Wow!
Biggest fish we've seen all week is Joey Cifuentes' 6-pound, 15-ounce. In practice, Kyle Petra caught an 8-1, close to the state record.
I'll be honest with you, stomach's not feeling 100%. I don't get seasick, but there's a good chance I'll be puking here soon.
You know what? Just pile on today with the madness.
Ooh.
It just keeps getting laid on thicker.
Great jump right there. Wow.
I thought that one was good, and then this next one, holy cow. Like, that's eye level.
Yeah.
Above the boat, and he's 6 feet tall or 5 foot. He might be 5'9" or something like that, but up eye level with Corey Johnston.
Back to Shane LeHue. Saw him catch a good one just a couple minutes ago.
We got international wars, disqualification, seasickness. What else can we pile on
I
today?
got Corey to pull out a big box of
Calm
crab
seas
off the bottom.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I'm expecting.
Oh, this is so awesome.
Come on.
Well, you could tell Shane LeHue, actually, this is being serious. He is on the back side of that front.
Bright skies, which has been good for the bite over the first 2 days of this tournament. Brighter sky, sky blue.
Actually, it'll be easier getting in for Shane LeHue, at least more comfortable getting in than it was coming out. You can basically, you know, those waves are basically rolling about 15 to 20 miles per hour. You get up on top one, you ride that to Cape Vincent at 15 to 20 miles per hour.
Keeper number 4. Things happening. Shane LeHue there pretty quickly.
Only thing Shane LeHue's fighting right now is the clock. Definitely solid ones in his live well.
Still got Robert G on top, 5 pounds, 5 ounces. The advantage now estimated. Corey Johnston sneaking up in there, though, absolutely. Drew Benton hanging tight. Chris Johnston, big part of the story as well. All of our top 10 will be hanging with them for a good while. Take a quick break and come right back to the mighty St. Lawrence River. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox as Shohei Ohtani leads the Dodgers against Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Or the Guardians take on the Brewers. It all begins tonight at 8 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Coming together in the baseball season here as we they're towards September.
They're coming together. We're coming undone. Yeah,
we are coming up on the end.
Many ways. In so many ways, too. Wish I could get into that.
We are headed for home, for the home stretch, but there are a lot of potholes out there apparently today, and we have stepped in a few of them. And it's fun. Robert G, Chris Johnston battling it out side by side. Mano-a-mano combat out there.
Slightly turning into my favorite event ever.
Oh, God.
Yes.
It's getting close, yeah.
I think this is a giant. Please stay on. This could be one.
Bad when I say that's not a giant. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, yeah. Look at that. St. Lawrence giant. Yes. Puts me over 25 pounds. Boat's got to catch him now. Look at that thing. Oh, yeah. Let's get a weight on him. Oh. Keep this up, we might even sneak in the top 10. One more like this one.
Mad at him today.
I'm not gonna hold on to you just so I don't fall off the edge. If I need to grab, I'll grab you.
Okay. I thought it was a lot bigger than it is.
This reminds me of the Tennessee River heyday.
About 5'10".
You get on a ledge and sharing a spot, and they're fired up and
5.5.
410.
Yes. That's what we're after. That could be a $100,000 fish right there. And the title is what I want, though. I've come close a couple times to that AOY. And honestly, after the last 2 days, I've got a lot of new gray hairs from the St. Lawrence River the last 2 days. I've been stressed like crazy. The fishing has not gone my way until today, finally. Blue should be gone. Damn. What? I think so. No, it's a 4 even. So there's 4 big ones. Gone. Oh, that's a giant. I'm gonna fizz them right now, so they're good for another day. That's super glue work for one.
Wow. 5'8", that one went in for Chris Johnston. One complication, while we saw those 2 catches, Carl Jochimson was landing a 5'8" of his own to get in between Robert G and Chris Johnston.
Well, there has been a situation out in the big water. Corey Johnston, the one thing I've heard out in the big waves, hey, how do I know when I'm seasick? Well, you ask if I'm seasick. And Corey has had a rough last 30 minutes from what we've heard from his, oh boy.
Oh, that's not,
oh boy.
No.
Oh.
Well, that's no good.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie. Corey has lived out in those waves. A lot of his friends are going to make fun of him for that moment.
We've all been made fun of for that sort of episode right there. And hey, that's when it happens. You'll be back at it. He'll be catching a fish here in a second.
Tommy, we can't laugh at Corey, but since Mark Zona has fished with Corey for TV shows, we're going to let him laugh at him.
No, I'm not laughing.
We're pitying.
If it were me, I'd have been doing that within 10 minutes of getting there.
What's happening now?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what is going on?
He's on the juice.
Oh, boy.
He is on the juice. Spot locked on the juice.
I just got to get something.
Dude, just go around this edge.
All right. Here we go. Robert G just gave me the juice. He's a homie 4-wheel.
What?
It's the juice for him. We're gonna find out if it's juice for me or not. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I'll probably get out there and just be like,
yeah.
This is what you call him on?
What in the wide world of sports is going on
what is
around here?
now? Giving him ammo and telling him to go over and get some of the pie.
A lot of little plot twists happening here. Some great competition. I mean, fierce. Fierce out there.
All right, just got a good one. Takes a lot of pressure off me now. I did what I had to. And now I'm just gonna try and call. I got a 4.5 that's still in the well. I think that's my smallest. I don't even know. But I got 3 good ones. Oh, I got 2 4.5s that I gotta call.
Boy, everything's different up here. Yesterday with beautiful conditions.
Really?
He
Everybody
said,
happy.
I may not catch a limit tomorrow today.
This is like
everybody happy.
Today, it's
I just had a buddy text me. This is like Ewoks versus Stormtroopers in this exact area.
It's like a
It
Joey
sorta is.
Logano, Denny Hamlin getting spun by Austin Dillon, and they don't like it,
Yeah,
but
there
they've
you
been
go.
on the
That's
other end of that as well.
That's a good contemporary comparison right there. All right, and it has every promise of continuing, so we will be quickly stepping away for just a few minutes and be back with you shortly here. Big doings on semifinal Saturday on the St. Lawrence River as we settle all the business for 2024 this weekend.
All right, day 2 on the St. Lawrence River did not go as planned. To be honest, I kind of got a little stressed out, spun out. I don't think that's ever really happened to me in a tournament before. You're not that big. Not that big, but it's number 1. I'm torn on what to do, and I got to think on it tonight. I got to rig some rods, and it's going to be river fishing for try and get 22, 23, or send it, go for the 27, 28-pound bag. I know they live there. It's going to be windy. They might bite. The problem with going out to the lake, I can't drift for them. It's spot specific, so I have to get up to them, make a cast on the spot, and I won't be able to hold the boat in place. So.
Hey, he gave us full disclosure what his plan was this morning.
A little bit of risk management there, and it worked out.
No joke. He laid out exactly what was going to transpire. And get ready, it did.
Yeah. Laid it down 25. What do we got here for Chris now? 25-6. Wow. Unofficially, that is success by any measurement right there. Take a look at a progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points right there. Jacob Fouts starts his day with that lead over Corey Johnston, Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston, big move early today, changed the complexion of that whole
Obviously, and really the story of this is Jacob Fouts not getting out to the main Duck Island. And that's really in the middle of your screen, that big island. Very, very rough out there today. And really it's going to depend on what Jacob Fouts can do the rest of the day.
Get back out to the juice, as they say. Trey McKinney, Robert G, Chris Johnston, all within rock throwing distance of each other.
What's up with these small? It's a little better. Look at that, just barely threw it out.
Oh boy.
Okay. Let's see how things are going. Corey Johnston's boat.
Hey,
He's standing up at least. He's standing up.
Yeah.
For him being seasick and losing breakfast, I give him credit staying out there. That is a bad feeling.
Oof. That's hurting.
I made the comment earlier today. He is an animal.
Oh, he is. He is a savage. Bigger than 3.7 in order to give some help to Corey.
Just finished puking. Move spots. Nice one.
And still hammering them.
Absolutely. That'll help too.
We gotta figure out which one's a small one.
Man. Hats off to that man.
Got to figure out which one is the small one. Good problem to have. Back over to Trey McKinney. Got a little bit of love from Robert G a minute ago with the bait Robert G's been using, jig head minnow. See that fish coming right off the can.
That's a big one.
Very common in these parts.
Lord, come on. Oh my gosh, that's a big one. Dude, this is a disaster. I've never been. I tried to horse him way too much. This is a big one, guys. This is a big one. Get in this boat! Fell out. Okay. Let's catch another one. I love you, Rob G. Where are you? There he is. Oh.
It's a heavy one.
I like those.
Thick.
Black. He is a thick boy. 5-pounder.
Wesley Gore starting today, second in Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year behind Trey McKinney.
Dude,
he is 6 places behind him in the tournament.
I literally lost it. Like, y'all
so he has to beat him by about
died right then.
12 spots.
Oh.
So he would need Trey to miss the cut. Wesley has to make the cut, end up beating him by 12 to win Rookie of the Year.
McKinney may have just secured Rookie of the Year with that one. Gore has about half his weight.
Yeah.
He's got a limit.
Usually I don't.
But he had 23 the first 2 days. He's only halfway there today. So.
Trey McKinney in 6th place, yeah, like you said. He's looking at shaping up, things shaping up for him. 1st and 2nd, though, right now. Wow. Corey Johnston on the right out there in heavy stuff.
Come on, baby. You'll help or not?
Well, if that'll help Robert G, it might.
I don't think he's going to make the squad.
Maybe not. Okay, boy, it is hot and heavy.
Yeah, it has been a morning.
It has been a full, action-packed morning out here. No doubt there is more on the way. We definitely got more coverage coming your way right here on FS1 as we take a look. Robert G still on top, that lead being eaten into by Corey Johnston.
And this was the time yesterday where they actually, get ready, really started to bite.
Can't wait to see that. Dave and Davey are standing by on location at Tournament HQ, Waddington, New York, with more from the St. Lawrence.
I mean, G may not be happy, but I may pull up. I didn't pull up on those dots yesterday. But it's where I've caught him many times where he's sitting, and I didn't want to go right beside him, but I fished it many times. I'm the one that kind of covered it, so I'm not really going to have an option if I'm not going to lake not to fish that break right beside him. So, sorry, G, but I may have company today. It was nice yesterday. And as my brother would say, nice guys finish last. So he may have some company today, he may not like it, but he learned the spot from watching B.A.S.S live. So can't say he really found it.
Come catch a couple. I got 23 already. Chris, come get right on top of him, son. He's caught like 27 pounds. Come on.
The final semifinal Saturday of 2024, and we got fireworks, Davey Height. As you can see, 2 races happening right there, and both those anglers planted squarely in the middle of it. You have Robert G trying to win his first Elite Series event, and you have Chris Johnston trying to become the first Canadian to ever win the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. Mark Zona said it this morning, I've never seen this in my time in the industry. Davey Hype, what is going on?
Well, I've never seen this exact same scenario, but I have seen things similar to this many times. And they seem to come to a head at the end of the year when there's so much on the line, like Angler of the Year, like Classic Burst, like winning your first blue trophy. Seen it many times, and it's just something that I think they both handled well, to be honest with you. Robert said on day one, I'm fishing a community hole, and Chris knows the community hole.
Well, that voice you've been listening to, of course, is my partner, and happy to have him here. Davey Height, 2-time Angler of the Year. You know exactly the pressure that goes into that. 8-time Bassmaster winner. You've been on both sides of it. Yep. The internet is trying to turn this into something really special, which the internet, that's what they do.
Yeah. So, honestly, I looked at it, and full reveal here, I like Chris Johnston. Consider him a friend, and Robert G. Haven't known him as long, but I have spent some time with him at the Yamaha factory multiple days and out here. They're both good guys. There's a lot on the line. This is their profession. Robert G has been so close to winning his first blue trophy the last couple events, hasn't done it, so I'm sure he's building up. But Chris Johnston, knowing that the Bassmaster Angler of the Year title is the most prestigious title to most of the fishermen, not the Classic, but the Classic is the World Championship. So a lot on the line. I think once they talked, even though you could tell the temperatures were up a little bit, that Robert G understood that, hey, yeah, Chris Johnston has fished here a lot in the past, and that is probably the reason that it became what he calls a community hole. And I personally have been on the water covering Chris Johnston on this exact spot, so I know Chris is, totally being true also. And I heard Robert G say, once Chris told him about that, I can't argue with that. That, now that you tell me you caught most of your fish at your first win here. So they're both good people. They're both very competitive alpha males, and I think it went well, to be honest with you. I really do. They both got, good limits today. So I think it's well. And they weren't throwing exactly on top of one another. They're fishing close, and they were taking fish from one another somewhat, but they weren't like hooking one another's lines and that sort of thing. So I think they'll both shake hands today or tomorrow or soon and understand, hey, we were both just being competitive, and it worked out just fine.
Tail end of the season is always when we see that kind of thing. And the one thing that you're hearing is people are saying, well, Chris was his brother's leading, so he's playing defense in this situation. If anybody was going to play defense this week, it was Corey Johnston, and clearly he is not a defender.
Yeah, if you keep up with the sport, a lot of people probably thinking that don't really keep up with the sport. If you were going to play defense for someone, it would be for Chris having that chance to win the Angler of the Year title, because that means so much more towards your career than a single victory. And it's just that logic just doesn't make sense. Corey, and if you know Corey, he's not going to play a whole lot of defense for Chris no matter what. But if there was someone doing that, it wouldn't be Chris doing that to Robert G. That's just not the way they roll.
Well, a 3-box right now, and you see how close those anglers are fishing together. Now let's head over to, let's just head all the way down the river. Almost at takeoff. Drew Benton. I mean, years ago, people used to classify this fishery as one of his tough situations. Clearly not anymore, Davey Height.
No, he's had a great tournament here, and it's good to see someone doing so well fishing just in the river like Drew Benton.
Done got down current from me. Come here. You ain't that big. I don't think he's gonna help me. It's another one of those 3.5, 3.25. How he cut his fin's missing. I don't think he's gonna help me.
Obviously the smallest fish, a 4-pounder. Anglers
had strategy, looking at the weather, thinking, hey, on Saturday, those guys aren't going to be able to go out on the lake. And only a few of them did today. But I like Drew Benton's strategy, saying, hey, this could come down to those guys. They might be ahead of me in the first half of this event, but I can make up some ground when they're not able to go out on the Lake Ontario.
Boy, that 84-mile trip is a lot easier through technology than it is to do in person. And now we are with Trey McKinney as he tries to become the youngest progressive, our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. led Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year most of the season.
Had a
That's a
couple
giant.
unfortunate losses this morning. That
Feels big anyway. Let him tire out.
thing that can be so frustrating for the anglers, not getting a lot of bites like they did years ago. It seems like when you do have a loss, it's the big one that gets away. That's the way it always is as a fisherman.
You never lose small ones.
You never lose small ones.
Not as big, but he's big.
NFL preseason back in our life, and that makes me feel good.
Not very big at all, but still a fish. He was not coming off, dude.
Boy, how times have changed. Not that many years back, that was a big one here on the St. Lawrence River.
Bad one. I gotta. Oh, look at this thing.
Big is obviously a relative term, and you felt that on the stage this week when anglers weighing in, and it felt like they were like, man, I thought it was fine. And it just, the weights keep increasing. People thought it was going to drop significantly because they're literally getting half the fishing time this week that they had when we fished out of Clayton.
Right.
But clearly it did not. I mean, what would they have weighed if they were Clayton this time?
Yeah, that's scary. That was part of the reason I said coming in that I thought there would be one.
Feels like a good one.
The winner
too.
would have over 100 pounds, but I didn't know that there would be any more. But it looks like they're on track for 3 or 4 of them to be at 100 pounds by tomorrow afternoon.
Chris Johnston hooked up. He said it feels like a good one, and it's got to be to get added to his limit because his smallest fish is 4 pounds. Several times this week I've looked at that, Davey, and thought our graphic was screwed up. you just get so, I mean, it's early in the day, and his smallest fish is a 4-pounder.
Well, I have to admit, yesterday when Robert G was catching those 412, 414s, and his smallest fish was a 5-pounder, I wondered why. But, hey, he's leading the tournament right now, so I shouldn't be second-guessing anything that he has done so far. Chris has got a 6'6" in there, so if he can replace that 4-pounder.
Woo. Things go right.
Oh, boy.
Things go right. Holy smokes, that's a big one. Oh, God. This is making up
What
for
a
my
difference a
last
day
2 days of
makes.
misery.
Yesterday this time, I don't think he had a fish. Maybe
fun.
1 or 2.
We're after. We got one more 4.5.
What a difference a day makes. Chris Johnston all smiles right now. What a difference a few hours makes, really.
So you're saying there's a chance. Chris Johnston, who has never been challenged on this fishery, for the first time said he spun out, but he can still put the wheels back in the bus here on semifinals Saturday, St. Lawrence River. Welcome back to our on-location coverage. And there's a reason you see us so often in this beautiful part of the world. St. Lawrence County is just so incredible. This whole area, 84 miles of this river, Lake Ontario, it truly is a special, special place, steeped in history and, castles, things like that in history, but Bassmaster history, so much history here, and that's been a big topic here on semifinals Saturday. just how much history is it. And it's probably a perfect day to go sailing, as we see right there. It's funny how in our sport we hope for no wind, but if you're a sailor, you are excited about this. I'm excited about the final semifinal Saturday of the season, and let's get caught up with our Yamaha midday report. And let's start it off with the baby shark Shane LaHue trying to get higher.
He is, and it looks like he's worked his way back into the Bassmaster Classic. He hasn't missed very many of those, but having a slower year than we normally see from Shane LaHue. He is one of the anglers that have been going out on the main lake the first 2 days, and one of the few anglers that decided to do it again today. He did go out on the lake, a little bumpy, but actually looking at Shane just 20 or 30 minutes ago, he's kind of on the backside of this front, so the weather's better where he is right now than where we are. So good for Shane LaHue, a little bumpy getting out there today, but I think he'll be okay coming back in. A great tournament for him, catching his fish primarily on a drop shot, a Berkeley Max scent worm, just doing what he loves to do. Kudos to him for just being brave enough to go out there in the lake again today and get it done again. The Classic being online for him meant so much.
The mouth is generally the worst. If you can get through that, you can get to some goodness. And Patrick Walters has proven that because he is near the hometown of the tragically hip Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
He sure is. And Patrick Walters is someone that we don't need to take our eyes off of. He's in 7th place, and I know the story has not been around him quite as much because of the Angler of the Year, the Rookie of the Year, and those things. But Patrick Walters could certainly win this tournament. He has proven that he can in the past, and we definitely need to keep our eyes on Patrick Walters. A lot of success in these smallmouth waters the last few years. His first couple years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, he would be in the top 3 or 4 in Angler Year every year and come up north and maybe slip just a little, not much, but just a little. But it's almost just the opposite now. You can bet when Patrick Walters comes up on this northern swing, he is going to consistently be in your top 10.
Put in the work and it paid off. He holds the all-time record, obviously, for the biggest winning weight, 105 pounds even, of all smallmouth bass. Did that in Clayton, New York last year. Last year, this guy was part of the EQ Opens, but Trey McKinney led Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year for most of this season, and now is trying to seal the deal on Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year here today.
Yeah, it looked like coming in, although he still certainly had a chance, but it looked like his better suited to win Rookie of the Year than maybe Angler of the Year, with Chris Johnston being ahead of him, and obviously Judson Hamner, Jacob Fouts. But Trey McKinney's neck to neck with JT Tompkins, and he's not fishing today. So basically, if Trey brings the fish he has in his live well into the weigh-in today, maybe that will be over for Trey McKinney, and he will be crowned the Rookie of the Year. What a start for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Honestly, if you look back at how many fish he caught, take away a few mental mistakes, we wouldn't be talking about Corey, Chris Johnson, Jacob Fouts, or any of those other people for Angler of the Year, because it would have already been decided.
Well, the guy was trying to make that decision for everybody, the first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event, trying to become the very first Canadian to be a Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And the first 2 days of competition here got to be classified as a nightmare for Chris Johnston. And if he can turn this around here today with this much pressure, admitting it was the first time his career ever got spun out, that's really impressive.
I have a lot of respect for Chris and Corey Johnson because they are fishermen from the farthest south we go to the farthest north we go. I mean, they catch them everywhere. And I've never seen Chris Johnson get rattled. And of all places to see that for the first time, I would have never guessed it would be on the St. Lawrence River. But that just shows you how Angler of the Year is just a whole different level than winning a tournament. Although it's great to hold a blue trophy over your head, that's a big accomplishment that most anglers never get to experience. But for Chris, you could tell the Angler of the Year and him having a chance here, it was a whole different level. And it's good to see him turn it around. And if he does win Angler of the Year, he'll appreciate even more remembering this week.
Well, Chris Johnston might have been the first Elite Series champion, but Corey Johnston trying to become the Canadian with the most. He's already won one this year, a two-time winner, once in the Opens, and obviously earlier this year in the St. John's River. And as soon as he won that, he turned to me and said, Dave, I feel like there will be another this year.
It's incredible. It has gotten more difficult for them to dominate here. I fall into that line every year now. For this is about the 4th year in a row. Chris and Corey both, especially Corey, the last month has been telling me we don't have an advantage anymore. But they know all our places, and we just don't have. Bass Live showed them all the places, and we don't. And yep, they're in 2nd and 3rd place halfway through semifinal Saturday. I'm not buying that ever again.
Our co-leader going on. No, they are liars. I mean, let's be official. Most of them are. And maybe even Robert G is. I mean, he doesn't seem. I mean, I think if you're on the Elite Series, you're a professional liar. But Robert G, one thing he is a fish catching machine. Literally, the only time I saw him not fighting a bass yesterday was when he was on stage actually weighing bass.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, the second half of his season. Really, let's just look back. You look at Smith Lake. He had that tournament won. Had Taku Ito not had just like the biggest bass of the tournament, the biggest stringer of the tournament, and Robert G shook his hand. Hey, that happens. When a competitor does that, hey, it's his day. Then he goes right to the Champlain, comes so close, within 2 ounces of winning that tournament. Shake your hand and move on. Oh, well, just move on and lead the next tournament over the Johnston brothers. They're chasing him in 2nd and 3rd, but hats off to Robert G. What a rookie season. But you just look at those last 3 tournaments. He's had as good a chance as you could ever ask for. The stars have to line up to get that W, but man, if you look, he's got a bright future in front of him. And how much momentum could you ask for going into next season, having the finish of this season that he's had?
One thing that we always talk about when we come to this body of water, when we come to any of these giant lakes, is just how rough and how much these anglers are tested. Earlier this week, you actually said you like to see them tested, not just in fishing, but they got to be able to navigate through this. And that is a shot of Chris Zaldain, and you can see more of the bottom of his boat than you can see the top, Davey Height.
You sure can. But at least you can see the boat, at least fairly often.
Great point.
But the reason the camera isn't as steady as we would like it, that cameraman is in another boat that is moving up and down probably about 4 or 5 feet. So they're doing a good job. But that's just a little taste of how it is on Lake Ontario in a 21-foot bass boat.
That's from Corey Johnston's boat. That's where that shot is coming from, I'm hearing. That is a great way to get sick. I mean, if you think seasickness affects you, is looking through one eye hole, it can make you very, very sick, and so can this. Takumi Ito said that he had his hair fashioned as a kung fu fighter this morning, and it looks like he's been fighting with his trolling motor.
That's part of what you deal with when you run 100 miles to get to the mouth of a great lake, and then you go out there. There are going to be some issues. Luckily for him, he has a service crew, unfortunately,
so
all the way back here. Yes.
84 miles.
Yes. Unfortunately for him, he has to come back here, but they will get him going as quick as they can, and he can be back out there. But unfortunate for Taku.
Well, let's travel up the river once again. And as I said, it doesn't look near as intimidating. I mean, that literally, the graphic makes it look like, I'll just go up this little stream.
Yeah, that was 100 miles we just flew through.
And now the story right now atop both the tournament and both Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year and Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year is literally happening in one spot, Davey Height.
It's amazing when you think about the amount of water they have.
If I get one more, I think I could have a chance of making the top 10. So that would be good.
Winds have definitely
and then
calmed
Phelps,
down.
like I said, he's going to have to catch
in the last hour.
I don't have my abacus here, but unofficially, we believe he came into the event 6 points Fouts was behind on Chris. So at the end of the day, the daily points are going to confuse you, but I'm just going to make this real simple. Chris Johnston needs to finish within 6 spots of Jacob Phelps. Jacob Phelps was in 9th place yesterday. If he were to stay there, that means if Chris Johnston's 15th or better, he's your Angler of the Year.
Yes.
Unless they both make the top 10, then it won't be decided till tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, it'll be real important for I mean, it looks like with Chris having 70 pounds that he certainly has a great chance, even if he doesn't upgrade, to make the top 10. It's going to be real important for Jacob Faust to make that top 10. Because if he doesn't, then it'll be decided today.
A lot of fishing time left. Jacob Faust has 3 fish in the boat right now, but an awful lot of day ahead, and you know he's not going to stop fighting. What an event. So much on the line, and you're looking at 2 leaders from 2 different divisions of this tournament, the actual tournament and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Welcome back to our on-location coverage. Are the clouds starting to? Well, no, they're not clearing totally, but the rain has stopped for now, and it is a beautiful day here in Waddington, New York. A great shot right there of Chris Johnston and Robert G. Both battling for 2 trophies, 2 totally different trophies. One for the event, of course, the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River, and the other for the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. But if you want to battle for either of those, you got to make it here to the Elite Series, and how you do that is through the Tackle Warehouse EQ qualifiers. And Robert G was a big part of that last year, but look at the crop of anglers heading here next year.
Oh, every year we say, look what's coming. There's a lot of great anglers. Every name you see there, obviously a good angler and having a good year. It is so difficult now to make it to the elites through the EQs. And it's always been that way, but now that they have to fish all 9 events to be able to qualify for the elites, you just see those anglers that's been after it for a while and have success at other levels, whether it be college or in the opens in the past. You just see those names come to the top, and you're looking at them and saying, wow, there's some guys that are going to have their hands full with these guys next year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
3 events left in the opens.
They're still biting some. It's gotten tough past couple hours, but we got guys leaning on them bad now today, so who knows if they'll be good tomorrow. But that's kind of what my thought process is. I feel like I made the top 10, so I'm kind of thinking I might ought to should off of some of them, because they're absolutely getting smoked.
Little concern for the area from Robert G. Again, a big difference a day makes. Yesterday, he seemingly thought the fish would never run out.
I kept asking myself yesterday, when's he going to give him a break, and he didn't.
Come on, be a 5.
I don't think they're going to get a break in this area today or tomorrow. Yesterday, today, or tomorrow. I've been in these situations on the Elite Series. If you have a place for yourself and maybe you were lucky enough no one was around you and saw you catching them there, then maybe you could give them a break. But when you've got other boats within 100 yards of you,
oh boy,
they're never going to get a break. Oh my.
Thank you.
What is happening?
Oh my.
That's number 5 for good ones in the big side. Look at that thing. They're just built different here. That is a beauty. And they're just fat, like
when you hear Chris or Corey say
all the way through.
That's a 6-pounder.
Oh, look at this.
When you hear Chris or Corey say that's number 5 in the big side here, because they're always kind of like sandbagging that 4.5's not big enough.
I don't know what that is.
Holy smokes.
Oh. That's a big one.
What happened the first 2 days of this tournament? I mean, it's like Chris Johnston was hit with a trank dart,
27.
and all of a sudden he woke up and became the monster he is. He's working on dirty 30.
Yeah, he's got to be close now.
Yeah, this one's gone. This was our 4.9.
brother Corey hooked up. Corey's out in the lake. Still a little bumpy out there where Corey's at.
Yeah, but when it's like that, often they chew.
Yes.
It's a big one. No. Oh, just a nice one. I don't know if it'll help.
Be an upgrade for Corey, maybe not as much as he thought. Definitely bigger than 4 pounds, more like 4.5.
I mean, that's a big fish, but we're a little spoiled from what we just saw. I mean, when their chin connects to their jaw, like they're literally.
It's kind of like when their chin connects to their belly. That's when they.
It's all
like
just
it's all one little round panfish look. And they're not a panfish.
An aquatic cinder block. Now over to the leaders in everything. Leader of the tournament, Robert G. Unofficial leader right now in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Chris Johnston.
Really big one.
And unofficial leader in Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Trey McKinney. And just like that, hooked up.
Hooked up.
You asked for it, Davey, earlier this week. You're like, I want to see the anglers tested.
Yes.
Are you going to tell them all that when they limp up to the troughs this afternoon? You're going to say, I'm thankful this happened to you.
No, if you've not noticed, I kind of hide out in the crowd when they come in a little bit more. You have to face them. You can blame it on me. I'll be sure that I'm 100 yards away from the stage.
Yeah, but I get the stage side. Backstage, they say some things they wouldn't say on stage.
That's why I'm not there.
That's your Matt Roberts, and then you just say it at all times. Boy, that was weird. What he said on stage yesterday, very funny, but then 2 anglers later, listening to Rick Clunn retire from the sport. Not retire.
Not retire.
Retire from Elite Series competition.
Said, do not say retire. Little shift in his priorities.
I mean, he's 78 years old.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yes.
So congratulations, Rick Clunn, and thank you for everything that you've done, given, and created for this sport.
Records are made to be broken, but I'll go on record as saying no one will ever fish that long on the Bassmaster Elite Series again.
We might be looking at him right here. I mean, Rick didn't start till he was 27. He started at 18.
I wasn't talking about start time. I was talking about finish time. 78 years old.
But he doesn't have to fish till he's 78.
Well, that's not the game I was playing.
I think we got 20 pounds.
I mean, we're 2 years away from having 12-year-olds out here, Davey Heights.
So that's all right.
I don't
We'll
disagree
see.
with that.
Come on, work. Toast. Okay. Green. So it's red, blue, black, green, yellow. Yellow's our next one.
We got one
I think,
more
if I
hour
remember.
to fish.
But no matter, we got to
Try to make some magic. I'd like to at
Things are
least pull
really
once or
calming
twice.
down.
The wind turning, you think? Look, the way it's laying down, that's usually what.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's a lay down, but it might get more.
Right, once
but
it turns.
For a bit, you just think, oh, this ain't nothing. And as soon as you start to think that on this body of water, it reminds you that you're wrong.
Yep, absolutely.
It always blows me away just how you can go out there on a flat, calm day. There's days where it is pancake flat, and you're just cooking across, and you're like, this ain't nothing.
Dude, you
and
caught
then
me
the
off
next day,
guard.
you're like, I am on a brand new planet.
Absolutely. And it doesn't take many days for you to find that out.
No.
Pancake days are few and far between.
Feels weird not watching him fight a fish.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of that. That's when we've had a camera on Robert G for the last 3 events. He's been reeling them in. Spotted bass and smallmouth bass.
Well, let's end the weirdness right now and watch him catch a fish with your Power Pole replay of the day. Robert G and Chris Johnston have been trading blows back and forth all morning long, and both of them are leading what they're trying to win here this week.
Yeah, the tournament itself, Robert G has got his eyes on, no doubt. And Chris Johnston, a little bigger trophy than that, the Bassmaster Angler of the Year. But Robert G, oh, he's gotten famous with the belly pat there on those big old smallmouth bass here on the St. Lawrence River. Chris Johnston fishing maybe 20 yards away from him for most of the morning, trading blows, catching big smallmouth bass. I will say this, Chris Johnston, everybody knows, has done that many, many times here. For Robert G to be able to stay in the ring with him, so to speak, and trade blows with literally a legend on the St. Lawrence River, Chris Johnston, that's saying something for the rookie, Robert G.
They're just
Power Pole replay of the day. Robert G, Chris Johnston catching those big old giant St. Lawrence River smallmouth bass.
Look at that fish's belly starts at its chin. It just goes straight down.
It's all belly.
Look right there, your leaderboard. Robert G atop the leaderboard. Corey Johnson, Chris Johnson, Carl Jacobson needed a big event here for the Classic, and looks like he's done it. I can't wait to watch this thing finish, Davey Height.
Absolutely.
Welcome back on location coverage. The shores of the St. Lawrence River, and that a great shot of Cape Vincent, which is the mouth of Lake Ontario, the area that a lot of anglers have been heading to all week long. Not quite as many today, 84 miles from our takeoff area. But this week's about a lot. Of course, your overall tournament, of course, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, but atop that is Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and a guy we haven't seen a lot of today. Unofficially, your leader. I say unofficially because those points are as if the tournament finished yesterday with the anglers in that place. Jacob Fouts with 747 points. Haven't seen him today just simply because he's out of cell range. We can't get his camera feed. We will get that as soon as we can. I can let you know he's got 3 fish. He's got 10 pounds, 8 ounces. He has a 5-pounder, which definitely needs a 2, 8, and a 3-pounder even. So really, with the bag Chris Johnston's putting together, the only fish he needs there is that 5.
Yes, yeah, he definitely needs to get rid of the 2, 8, and the 3 even to have a chance to make the top 10, it appears. And it looks like he's going to have to do that to stay in this Angler of the Year race.
Now over to our co-leader after day 2, Corey Johnston, trying to win his second Elite Series event of 2024.
It makes it so much more difficult to land these fish. They aren't allowed to use dip nets. When the boat's rocking up and down like this, it makes it very, very difficult to get your hands on these bigger smallmouth.
And adds to the skill element.
It does.
That's one of the things when we've had people, when we were all having Ayler and guys like that moving from FLW Tour to the Elites in the past, they all would say, I remember Otti Foe said it, the hardest thing to get accustomed to. I mean, if you think of the amount of fish that you have within net distance that are caught fish. I mean, it's only 5 feet, but it is a giant 5 feet.
Yeah, I bet you can ask 90% of the elite anglers, how many of you lost a fish this year that you actually had your hand on and then lost it? And if you got a net, even a short trout net, that fish is in the boat. But it's a whole different world, especially with these windy conditions, being able to get your hand on those fish. Because they can't boat flip them for the most part because they're using really light line and it'll break their line. Wow. Not as much of an upgrade as I thought.
Red's a tiny bit bigger.
A little bit bigger. And let's be honest, if they allowed nets, this is the Elite Series, you know what would happen. We'd have 27-foot-long nets. Anglers would literally set the hook and scoop the fish and be over.
Remote nets. Cast nets.
Make sure on that side. So blue's gone. It's a good one.
Corey Johnston taking care of those fish. Fishing clinics put on this week by Barb Elliott, an amazing part of B.A.S.S Conservation. Gene Gilland, our conservation director, and Barb runs things here in New York, and she did fishing clinics for all our rookies, for everybody to make sure these fish were taken care of.
I noticed Robert G. fizzing his fish this morning. I think he just really learned that this week from Barb and Gene.
Trying to get an update, see what's happening.
Yeah, no, we took a gamble this morning and ran to the lake even knowing what it was doing. And, I mean, dude, it was just too rough. I knew it. I figured if I could get out to my area, I was going to be able to fish in the waves. But, no, I mean, I made the call to not try it. It was bad. And we knew it. I just, I didn't practice the river, and I really didn't have anything else. So, went out there, lost a couple decent ones, and made the decision to come back and maximize what the time we have left to come back to the river, try to scrap together what we can, and hopefully salvage the day. It's a judgment call, man. I made it, and I regret it, obviously, but I'm just trying to swing for it and have a good tournament. So, still got a lot of day left. I'm in a good area. I've caught fish here before. We're just going to drag around and hopefully 5 of the nice ones latch onto it. We got right at 2.5 hours left of fishing. We got 1 fish in the box, so plenty of time. Anything can happen, so I'm not upset about it. Just going to grind it out.
It's good to hear that from Caleb. He tried to go where he had so much success on day 1 and day 2. Once he got trying to go out there and get out there, it was too rough. He made a good call for the safety, of him as cameraman, for everyone. Hey, you can't do it, but man, a lot of credit to him for trying, but then being smart enough to know, hey, it's just too rough for me out there where I've been fishing today.
Hey, let's get an update from Jacob Fouts right now. Finally got it.
It's been a slow go. Could not make it out to where I had been fishing. The waves are way too big. So we're just kind of scrambling around trying to catch a couple. I didn't practice a bit here in the river, so this is all new water to me. So we're running out of time, unfortunately. Probably only got about another hour and 40 minutes probably to fish. So clock's ticking. We gotta make something happen here pretty quick.
He's got to be feeling the pressure. I asked him this morning, I said, this pressure, last year he had a ton of pressure on him fighting for his career in this very same situation. Now he's fighting for the biggest title in the sport. And I said, is it as much, less, or more pressure than you ever imagined? And he said, it's all that and more.
That's great. That's great. Interesting to hear him say he did not practice at all in the river with him, you know, having Angler of the Year on the line, you'd say, how can you not spend at least one day in the river? You got 84 miles of smallmouth waters between takeoff and the lake. But what most people don't realize, unless you really keep up with the elites day to day, they were cut short, only had 2 days of practice this week instead of 3. So that made some guys, apparently like a Jacob Faust, decide, do I put all my eggs in one basket because I've only got 2 days, not 3? And that's what he did, and it looks like it's coming back to bite him a little bit. Still got plenty of time, and there's we've seen Drew Benton. He's had a great week in the river. Summerall's hooked up.
I think you can't understate Chris Johnston being the guy ahead of you, too. You're coming into an Angler of the Year battle with Hamner and Johnston being ahead of you.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Chris is going to go to the lake. That's the thought. You know, I mean, people were handing him the award going into this, and he had a 14-point deficit on our leader. But I feel like if I'm in Faust's position, I'm like, I got to fish the lake.
That's what you think, but Robert G. is leading the event in the river.
Yeah.
And Chris Johnston has caught what looks like 28, maybe 29 pounds in the river. So there is some history down towards Cape Benson, the mouth of the river, the lower. But, you know, I just think the point I was really trying to get across is having only 2 days of practice versus 3 can change things in a big, big way for people that don't have as much experience here.
Hey, we saw it moments ago. Backed his boat in, and he's back on the water.
You are live.
Yeah.
Haku had to run back up to Waddington
today
to get a little service and back out on the water.
Fishing Lake Ontario. But so first spot, I can fish in 10 minutes. After I will move the next spot, so touring mode is mount break, so I cannot fishing anymore. So and I go back now, takeoff ramp right now. So and fix the mount and start fishing. So I want to fish Lake Ontario, so but I cannot do that. So I will fish in a very close na takeoff ramp and try to find some fish.
Unfortunately for Taku there, having some issues, but that is all part of what you have to know could happen when you're running 100-plus miles each way to go catch 5 bass. It's just part of what you have to understand. You might have some issues, and it costs you a day. And fortunately for Taku, it's day 3. He's getting paid either way, but when he looks at this schedule, he's looking for a win here, not just a check.
And kudos to the service crew. Really, the amount of time he was out of the water, I mean, the biggest obstacle was the run right back down here, but back in the water and fishing. And we're going to be back out in the water, but not me and you. We're going to lunch. Tommy, Zona, Such, and Ronnie at the studio when we get back.
Semifinal Saturday continues at the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. We have a number of stories working out there on the water today. A very different day than the first couple of days here. We had a full field on Thursday and Friday, and they were gunning for the 50 spots available today. Perfect weather, perfect temperatures. Now we got, among other things happening out there, the rookie Robert G. trying to hold off the most fearsome pair of locals you could ever come up against in a fishing tournament. Corey Johnston and his brother Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston, who has completely turned his fortunes around, had a super struggle yesterday, and it has just fallen into place down to the last detail today.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Chris Johnston making the comment. But before we talk about Chris Johnston, I'm going to talk to you about Corey Johnston. He has been seasick all day long. And we talk about all the benefits of live scope and forward-facing sonar. Here's what I can tell you. Watch this. If you slow this down, the first thing you do on the Great Lakes or any big water, and I know we have a lot of captains watching, whenever there's somebody in my boat that says, I am feeling seasick, you lift your head, Tommy, and you look at the horizon.
Yeah.
While you are staring at your forward-facing sonar screen all morning long in 4 to 6 footers. Well, we now know the outcome, the negative. Yes. and that is a true statement. When I saw him, when he made the comment earlier, I'm going to be sick, the reason why is that right there. So, note to anybody coming to Lake Ontario, Lake St. Clair, Lake Erie, Hunter and Jacob, don't look down, eyes up.
It's weird. Not only does it make him sick, forward facing makes a lot of people sick. It's crazy. They're not even using it.
This is the outcome.
Oh boy,
this is the outcome of forward facing sonar. Listen, in so many different ways besides being out in route.
That is a miserable feeling. Everyone knows how bad that feeling is, and it takes so long for it to pass. But Corey Johnston soldiering on out there. But man, Chris Johnston is the man who has poured the coals on today. Robert G, not a bad job either. He's running up close to 25 pounds.
What happens tomorrow?
More the same?
I think so, yes.
Right here again?
Yeah, I think we walk right down Awkward Avenue one more time for the season.
Take a right turn.
One more time, period.
Oh, boy.
Lake going to be in play tomorrow, or is it going to be
Don't think so.
still like this?
Don't think so. For Corey, yes.
Yeah.
Well, if you can knock out 28 pounds without going to the lake.
Yeah.
Maybe the lake doesn't need to be.
Maybe Corey and Chris will start right next to Robert tomorrow. Who knows at this point?
I'm ready for anything. I think we've seen a lot today. Super entertaining out there. Next to the last day of school for the year for our Elite Series anglers. 50 of them out there. Only 10 will make it to the final tomorrow. Chris Johnston, the additional part of his story is he is ranked right now #1.
They did not exchange pleasantries right there.
You got 27 yet? Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I'm kind of burning fish, to be honest.
Chris Johnston leading the way in the running for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
I'm running out of minnows, so I'm trying different kinds to see if I can get one that works. It also is something I haven't seen a lot of, just something a little different. They're gonna eat this one. Just so I can, for tomorrow, I can find some different kind of baits that they'll eat as well. I'm trying to think of what the cut weight was, like 48, and I had 43. So let's say, what does that put? I don't know, Brian. So that's
cut weight was 46.13, so he was only
71.
3 pounds even off.
Right.
And we have him unofficially past the weight that's in his live well.
Oh,
we have him
as always.
As always.
As per always.
Got to be close. I hope so.
He's in the territory of
better catch one more. Sure.
Top two, or the biggest single smallmouth bag ever caught, which was set last year, 29.
Brian Smith, 29.5, and Walters had 28.5, about where Chris Johnston is right now. And if you go with the 23 pounds a day that Shakur was in 10th place, you're looking at 69, 70 pounds to make the top 10, and he's at 72 plus.
Yeah, and all honesty, a little bit like Robert G yesterday, might want to pull the ripcord and head on back to Waddington, Chris Johnston.
Well, we just got a note from On the Water that actually that is what Corey Johnston has decided to do.
Yeah. Corey has a lot longer run.
He has a lot longer run, and not a fun one.
I find it crazy that Chris Johnston fished this area yesterday and didn't catch a thing. Left frustrated.
It was spun outville for he was watching trouble on his left, trouble on his right, bud. It was Trey McKinney and Robert G show yesterday, and he was.
I'm gonna give it 45 more minutes.
To be in the 5 biggest bass, or the 5 biggest bags of smallmouth ever, you have to be over 28 pounds, 3 ounces right now. So
I think he's passed it.
Chris is going to bump himself out of the top 5 and put himself a little higher. Chuck Economos, 1998 Pickwick, 29-pound, 1-ounce bag. Lasted for a long time, and it might be broken 2 years in a row.
All right. He's on that track for sure.
So you are taking a look right here of boats that made it out into Lake Ontario. That drone footage right there is right at the Cape Vincent Lighthouse. I believe that's Shane LeHue coming back from Stony Island.
Coming back with only 4 fish.
Hey.
It took Shane a while to get out there, did not have much fishing time.
No. But we made the comment it would be a lot nicer ride for him. And granted, he's in an area just outside of Mud Bay where there is some protection, making his way back to the mouth where we actually had old school Bassmaster television guys spearing waves back in the mid 80s. A lot nicer getting in than it is getting out. There's the lighthouse right there. A lot of rich tradition, history.
Pre-fishing, Trey McKinney told me he broke a bunch of stuff and started going out with all his graphs, tied down under his waist and sitting on them or whatnot to
give me a
not break anymore.
One of your favorite areas
What's
right
that?
there, Marcus.
It absolutely is. I actually have broke many things right there too, Such, for that matter.
Making progress, making time, should be on time for a 3 o'clock weigh-in.
To be clear, it could be a lot worse right there than we just got to look at.
Oh, yeah.
You get a little bit of a direction change in that wind.
Meanwhile, up in the river, a little ways, very little ways, that has been the scene.
Jacob Fouts is still on 3 fish. He is 26 points back of Chris Johnston.
It's incredible how 1 or a day and a half of bad fishing by Justin Hamner, and he was the Angler of the Year leader by 12 points. He needed to be 13th to win AOY minimum. He can win AOY in 13th place. And how 2 bad days or a day and a half bad, he's down to 6th, possibly 7th in AOY. That's how close it's been in the top 10.
Well, looks like a rough ending for an unbelievable season for Jacob Fouts. You're looking at an angler here on FS1. If you followed anything on the Bassmaster Elite Series, this is an angler just a year ago fighting for his life just to requalify and stay a professional angler to 1 year later be in contention for an Angler of the Year title. That is a 0 to hero situation.
12 cuts in a row is just, that's so improbable.
Yeah, and
so hard to do.
And you may look at the beginning of his career and say, doesn't belong. And those results would back that up. But the skill he showed in the college series to win the championship and win the classic bracket to get to this opportunity showed you what he was capable of, and able to turn it around, utilize technology, lean into what he does and not listen to doc talk as much. And then now all of a sudden he's on a streak and you're like, where'd this come from? And it's like, well, we've seen spurts of it. He's been dominant in his group, which was the college series when he got the chance.
The variety of places we've been to in the last 12 events, it's just, you've got to have something special in order to get by. Not just get by, but make the cut. That's make money at every one of those. So Jacob Fouts will try to make the most of what time he has left. None of our guys have a whole lot of time left in this fishing day. While some are moving on, we're going to take a quick Pause for some Northland Daily Trivia. Here's today's question. What was the first year that the AOY winner received prize money? Was it 1976? Was it 1979, 1982, or 1985? That has always been a prestige award. That Angler of the Year, that's for great consistency over a single year at the top level of Bassmasters competition. We'll be right back. Oh, the end of the season is in sight, but there's a lot of fishing to be done here at the semifinal Saturday session and tomorrow's Championship Sunday on the St. Lawrence River. We left you with our Northland Daily Trivia question. What was the first year that the Progressive Angler of the Year winner received prize money? Was it 1976, 1979, 1982, or 1985? Was always a prestige award. It just didn't come with a whole lot of financial incentives until later on in the life of the Bassmasters. So
Tommy,
what do you say, Mark?
I'm going to go 1 year prior of Ron Kittle being the Rookie of the Year on the Chicago White Sox, 1983. I'm going with 1982.
I thought that would be 2 years off of that. But yes, okay, 82, Ronnie?
These are all 20 years before I was born. I have no idea, so I'll go 79.
Okay, I'm going to go 85, just to make it sound a little more
there
difficult.
You go.
Yeah,
Larry
was
Nixon,
a little difficult.
second AOY.
For Larry Nixon.
Aha.
Adding to his pile that he was amassing.
First millionaire. First Bass millionaire right before that.
With the Bassmasters. Good, very well done, Ronnie Moore. We got anglers on the way home. Not perfect travel conditions, but we're getting through there.
All right.
Oh, not headed home. Maybe going to make a stop on that.
Tyler Williams going to get some apple pie, too.
Yeah, on a well-known community hole.
There we go.
Let's listen. Pulling up to Trey McKinney, I think.
What do you got? I got like maybe 20. I said I might have 20. Bad. That's what I got. I got 1 3 something left. I need one more 5 and then I might head back just to call it good. 25 and then Chris has 27. Yes.
Oh my God.
Chris has 27. Yeah, that's the thing about, I tried my drifting stuff too long and I lost like 5, broke one off. I could not do it right.
Boy, you can't keep the rookies out of this, but it's like the old malt shop.
Hey, we saw
the rookies, they kind of swarm.
We saw
almost
Tyler.
Like
Tyler was in that day 1 group before he started messing around with largemouth this week at the St. Lawrence River, but I think Chris is okay. Oh, the rookie Chernas. Yeah, that's what you dubbed it.
What it is.
It is a rookie Chernas. You're a rookie. You just got to stop in for some ice cream.
Exactly. Wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge here in the Bassmaster Studios real quick to talk about how some of our winners here at the St. Lawrence River in the 21st century. We've been here since 2013, multiple stops for the Bassmaster Elite Series, but since 2019 and 2020, when we've been here every year since, wanted to go through how they've done so far through this tournament. They still have 2 more days to go, and today is going to be a tough day for some of these past winners. But in Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, if you just went with winners here, you had a really good first 2 days so far. Corey Johnston, he isn't a past elite winner, he is a past open winner here, 78 pounds in September a few years ago, on pace for 100, and he won that open. He was your leader, tied for the lead with Robert G going into today. And then we think about the 4 other elite winners that are in our field right now. Jay Shakir 2022, he broke the Century Club. He started the day in 10th. Patrick Walters last year broke it even more and had 105 pounds for his win. He came into the day in 6th. Taku Ito 2021, just under 100 pounds. He had a 26-pound final day to win that event. And then Chris Johnston, he's won here in 2020 for the Elite Series and many other times in the past. He was the lowest one of our winners, 31st. He has obviously made a huge jump today, but we've seen a tough morning for Jay Shakir. He was one who was going out in the lake as well. Not sure if he was able to get to his fish. Only 2 fish for 6 pounds today. And then we've seen Taku's issues with his trolling motor. He's going to have to be river bound and not far from takeoff at this current point. So if you have any variation of these past winners, you're probably doing very well in Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake overall. And it's the last one. Grand prize is going to be huge, announced this week if you pick the right 80 anglers for the 10 events this season.
Oh, yeah. How many past winners in your Drain the Lake run?
I know at least 3 of them.
Taku Ito one of them?
No, I used him at Champlain last week.
Oh, that's right. You
used
told
him
me
at
that. I'm sorry. I forgot that.
I do have both Johnstons. Robert G as well.
There's your wild card.
Had his mechanical issues, had to get that repaired.
There
Didn't
we
have
go.
time to go back down. Said I'm going to find some fish in the river here. So
just outside of our takeoff. And to be fair, real quick, we've had fun with the rookies, and obviously there's been some sketchy things this year. We talked about the disqualification of JT Tompkins yesterday, who was leading Rookie of the Year. I called it an embarrassing situation. We have some unbelievably great rookies.
yeah.
You look at guys like, we're talking like a John Garrett, a Wesley
Kyle
Gore,
Patrick.
a Robert G.
Sure.
Yes.
Man, they've done it. A lot of integrity and hats off. Can't lump all of that sketch together.
Right. It's a every year they're more polished, they're more poised when they come out here. Not everybody's all the way there yet, but the talent level is off the charts.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All 9 of them who came in through the EQs are inside our classic qualification.
That's
amazing.
That
That'll be a
sums it up
record.
right there. They're so good.
There's 7 last year, I believe, rookies who made the classic.
Yep.
Taku would like to put a hefty one in the live well here.
Okay, I can do that. Yes. Yes. I can fish in the river. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay. Oh. I'm so happy to catch a bass.
Well, you kind of feel bad for Taku Boy. He would have actually had quite a bit of protection where he had been catching them outside of Henderson Harbor.
That was just a bit of bad luck right there.
Just a bit of bad luck,
really
but that's
bad
part
break.
of this exact deal.
Yeah.
Running that, making wickedly long runs every day, practice and during the tournament.
Super rough conditions today, and it just.
Yes, let's go. Oh, yeah.
Third fish, you can catch 2 more. Good ones over 3. The top 10 cut is 65 pounds right now.
I'll tell you what we'll do right here. Do a Humminbird unlock the lake, and we're going to go upstream.
Yes, sir.
Not down the river. We're going to go
South is upstream.
Middleton.
Yeah.
Taking a look at Ogdensburg right there. Seeing a lot of anglers that Gussie, Drew Benton, so many anglers that were out in the lake the first 2 days. Beautiful conditions. Carl Jacobson, rumored with a big stringer, making his way back. As you get right around Chippewa Bay, Goose Bay, big time largemouth fishing in there. Nobody in there right now. Everybody out on the main river, chasing smallmouth. As we get right around the city of Clayton, a lot of history there. Gas stop for these guys every morning, getting a look at Carlton Island, big player in this event this time around, as we have seen in years past, and always known from here on out as the Rookie Trinaus. That is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Have to inform Google Maps to do a little relabel there.
I normally don't say words that I don't know the definition to, but I trust you guys, and I've just been saying that all week with I have no idea what
it's
that
actually a southern word in Louisiana, as a pinch point has nothing to do with an island in upstate New York. It's just a cool word.
Where the water necks down, you get a little more current down in the bayou country.
That's right.
Golly.
Thick.
Yellow.
Trey McKinney trying to get some more done. It's currently between 8 and 9 pounds back of our leader, Robert G, as it stands right now. Let's go back out to Jacob Fouts. Jacob Fouts having a rough go of it today.
He is running out of time trying to chase an Angler of the Year title right here. Obviously needs a 5-fish limit with some more quality.
Yeah, gotta have that.
Yep, that has been the story of the day. Knowing that your pot of gold is about 20 miles out into Lake Ontario and just not able to get there.
He needed a pair of 4-pounders to get anywhere near the top 10 cut.
Yeah.
Got some guys who have bumped him out that we may see for the first time on camera this year on the last day of the season. Carl Jochimson may be in our top 10. It looks like he will. You've got a Keith Combs and a Cole Sands right outside the top 10. We could see a couple.
Let's go, Carl. Let's go, Keith.
Couple guys to end the year that have bumped him out.
Understand there's a Bassmaster workshop today in upstate New
That
York.
is
what the
today
rumor
in
is,
Waddington, New York, our fantastic host city. Hosting the third of 3 workshops that have gone on this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series season. For women, for female anglers, people who have the fishing fever, want to get more out of their bass fishing and get more into the sport of bass fishing. All sorts of instructions on all aspects of the sport, from finding fish, catching fish, tackle considerations, how to make your way around a bass boat, how to work the industry. If you want a job in the industry, here's how you go about that. Depending upon your degree of curiosity and want to, you can find a better connection to bass fishing through Bassmaster. Toyota partnering for that as well. See it all right here on Bassmaster.com. It's the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River. Sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Just rolling on through the day. Very important day. Semi-final Saturday at the last event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's the way our leaderboard looks right now. Still hats off to the rookie Robert G trying to hang in there in that top spot. He has been denied the last 2 tournaments by just tiny fractions. And he's looking for a win. He is a motivated guy, but he has got 2 really, really big-time players in this part of the world on his tail right there in the form of Corey Johnston and Chris Johnston.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders, and setting up an unbelievable ending to our season. Unbelievable championship Sunday we're looking at tomorrow here on FS1. Marathon peak performance, Chris Johnston, who at this time yesterday fighting to just make the top 50 cut. Well, he went full-blown alien Romulus today on semifinal Saturday. Taking a look at his,
strong.
It is. Looking at his unofficial weight right here, 28 pounds and 4 ounces. We actually think he is a little bit higher than that. Looking at potentially his first Angler of the Year title. And listen, he laid it all on the line. He said, I am gonna bump rails today with the leader, Robert G. He did that and pretty much lit them up. Marathon peak performance, Chris Johnston.
Z and B.A.S.S. competition. Both Johnstons have each earned more than 170 grand at the St. Lawrence.
On this chain, but
we
it's
are
hard to get
doling
it,
out
drift by it just
1.34 million
perfect. You see
with
them down there,
Progressive
but
Angler of the Year money, and this payout,
faintly on the chain
1.34 million. They could get about a quarter
so you try
of a million.
and drift my bait.
Let's go, Suge.
Man.
Right by them.
You're getting a look at that buoy chain right there. A lot of those fish suspend on those here in the St. Lawrence River.
Comes one.
Taking a look at his bait was about 10 feet off. Well, yeah, about 15 feet off the bottom. You could see him suspended on the chain right there. One coming up. Got him. That
doesn't always work out like that, but this time it did. It's got to be a big one to call. Doesn't feel tiny. Pounder, I think. £4. Did just what he was supposed to, though.
And even though we're going to have strong winds from the south again on Championship Sunday, solid one right there that absolutely
nice one.
Will not help Chris Johnston.
Hopefully I got enough weight to go fishing tomorrow, but regardless, it's probably a 4 1/4. But not going to help us out.
He's got the Phoenix Boats big bass of 6'6" today. 3 of the top 4 on the list, and 4 of the top 7 on the top fish today.
Boy, he has walked up to the buffet and gone to town. Jacob Fount's running out of time. Yeah, he would take that 4-pounder. He just went back.
Oh, rats.
Nice to have fiber to still be several pounds shy of the cut.
Well, we talked about it on day 1 of the event back on Thursday and yesterday. We knew that those projected winds that were going to come out of the south were going to hurt a big number of anglers that really concentrated. We only had 2 days of official practice back on Tuesday and Wednesday, and that is exactly how it has transpired, except for Corey Johnston out on the main lake.
So 2,500 reel, 15-pound braid, Seagar, 15-pound smackdown. This is my rod, 7-1. I like a little more backbone on my rod. It's my Ned rig rod, but it's what is it? A medium. And then 8-pound test leader, Tatsu, and that hook. When you stick them, they usually come in. It's the Horizon by Gamakatsu. It's a 6.2 gram. I don't even know what that is in ounces. You guys can figure that one out. But and then a 3-aught hook. So that's the setup. Put a minnow on there and just twitching it around. And the big ones are biting it today.
Show us the minnow,
but
Chris.
Another big thing, you can't do it without that forward-facing imaging. It's impossible. The bait has to be perfect right above their heads, otherwise they will not bite it. So that's what makes it hard out in the lake in the windy conditions. You can't cast at a rock pile and hold and twitch that minnow over their head or make a specific cast. If there's 8-footers, you can't hold in the waves. So that's why we decided to come in the river today, because I didn't think I could hold on some of the rock piles, and it was a gamble, and I figured if I get 22, 23 today, at least Fouts has to catch them decent, and pretty happy with my decision so far. Not complaining. We got about 15 minutes, and at 1 o'clock I think I'm gonna start heading back. We gotta get gas, we're gonna take it easy. 5.5's the smallest, so hard to call them. But we're gonna make about 15 minutes worth more casts, and then we're gonna cruise back and go back to Waddington, weigh these things up. I'm really hoping I got enough to go fishing on Sunday. I don't want to break the streak. Oops.
I think he's only half serious when he says that. I think I've got enough fishing.
You
think he believes they
yes.
wrecked him out there? Okay.
Yeah, well, he just doesn't know how many anglers besides. He knew Jacob Fouts did not make it out on the lake.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know how many other ones did. For the most part, 8 out of 10 anglers that were out in the lake, the only 2 that truly made it out there was Shane LeHue, Corey Johnston.
And he knew. He let us know when he saw Jacob Fouts going back in. He said,
He knew.
That I
got a shot.
I got a leg up on that guy. Yeah. No doubt about it.
Yeah, he had 20 guys ahead of him in the standings to start the day that could have caught him.
We said it on Sunday at Champlain when he was trying to win the elite there. Same with his brother. Was it 2 days of practice for the field? That goes into their hand, knowing so much about the river and the lake. They can practice the lake and know they have the river in their back pocket.
There they are up there.
Comment. There they are out there, and you look at a bunch of those fish between 50 and 70 feet.
This wind definitely helps in this situation. It creates more current for these fish and makes them bite better too. So it's another nice bonus of when the wind's blowing in the river. Doesn't make it fun to fish in the lake, but it helps these ones bite better.
It's Johnston, a little bit calmer waters than when he was out there doing most of his damage earlier today. Just trying to get things wrapped up because he's going to head in before too long, maybe within the next 10, 15 minutes. Make sure, get back. You want to get back to Waddington with a bag that size. Well, here we go. That is the all-new redesigned 2024 Toyota Tacoma. Beautiful, beautiful lines there. And, of course, the reputation of the Tacoma is impeccable. Such great resale value, such dependability, great performance as well. And you could win one at the Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes going on right now. And just have to hit that QR code with your camera right there, your camera phone, and get involved. You can enter every day from now until September 19th for a chance to win in the Toyota Hit the Trail Tacoma sweepstakes.
There we go.
Oh boy, the St. Lawrence River.
Timmy Duel.
Tim's Duel. You knew he'd show up.
No doubt about it.
Oh my
Hey, now listen, I made the comparison earlier this week. That really looks like Dennis Hopper in Waterworld. You get a couple smokers burning a dart.
That was a little earlier today with Chris Johnston in the foreground. Makes a difference in the fishing. Makes a temporary...
pushes a lot of water.
Yeah.
Makes a different current drip. So, like I said, you got the... There we go. This is really Waterworld.
Oh, yeah. That's what you're... now it is Waterworld. That's
not the place I want to be, Tommy.
Not really want to be doing exactly in that particular spot.
Barges and jet skis are fun.
One thing that's fun is dominating your home body of water, and that is something that the Johnston brothers have done. I wanted to talk about that a little bit more at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. When you're thinking about your Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing team, you try to save and pick the best anglers at the lake at the right time, but picking in Bucket A is very difficult when both Johnston brothers are at the top of their game. Bucket A consists of the top 20 anglers at this point in the season in Angler of the Year. So both Johnston brothers were in the top 10 in points. You had to pick one or the other, and coming into this event, not counting this week, they had 12 combined top 10 finishes here, and I think they've only had 6 or 7 Bassmaster events individually here, so about 12 events, and they make top 10s almost every single time, adding 13 and 14 today. If they make tomorrow's championship Sunday, will be an incredible track record. Coming into the week, Corey's had his dominance. He's won an Open here, but he's had a couple dreadful days that have caused him to fall down. Chris, on the other hand, has weathered the storm and really done something incredible. The 20 previous days of Bassmaster Elite Series competition here, he had been 20 for 20 in the top 10 until this week. He was down in 15th place on day one, 31st place yesterday. He may be back in there and only having small blemishes on his record. To go on top of that 20 out of 20 streak in the top 10, 15 of those days he was in the top 3. We may see him add another one of those to his streak as well and go 16 for 23 in terms of days in the top 3 on this body of water. Absolute dominance. When you're picking Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and you have two brothers who share info together and know this body of water so well, it's hard to pick. And this week, I picked Corey. I felt real good about it until today, and now they're basically dead even.
Did you say 16 top
3s?
16 out of
days,
20?
Yes.
Wow.
Days on the water, yes.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, today is all about, first and foremost, make it into the top 10 so you can fish tomorrow, so your experience for 2024 is not over. The hot seat would be those outside looking in, burning up out there.
Dripping heat.
Keith Combs winning in. That's his only route to the Classic next year. He would love to make that top 10. Have a shot at it. Get a shot at it. Doing that, Brandon Lester, Will Davis Jr. has been doing great this year, especially these last 2 events. And on the AOY hot seat, Jacob Fouts looking, he's going to need something pretty special to turn up between now and weigh-in time.
And it looks like he is
to do that.
Pulling the cord, more than likely, probably headed back to Waddington. An unbelievable year. Was in the driver's seat coming into this morning, but Mother Nature threw a big-time wrench into his game plan. And hats off, though, to Jacob Fouts, really turning his career around.
Really going back to last season.
So I'm going to sit on it. It's only an hour and realistically about 15 back, so I'll leave an hour and a half. There's plenty of time to get gas and head back to Waddington. We don't have to beat ourselves up too bad. But if he leaves, then I'll leave.
Big day for him, big day for Carl Jacobson. With almost 26 pounds, jumping up from 23rd in our top 5.
They felt the pressure.
You heard it right there. It's going to take about an hour and 15, and he's going to give himself basically an hour and 30 minutes to get back to Waddington. Has about an 80-mile run. And judging by some of the anglers that are in the river, especially the narrow part when you get past Morristown, pretty calm seas after you get really past Alexandria Bay. Should be a smooth ride back.
Chris Johnston, what a turnaround from yesterday's Fortunes Day 2 was a nightmare for him. Was not super pleased with his day 1 performance, but yesterday was kind of a washed out day in his opinion, but it was just a brand new world when he started today. Conditions were more to his liking, the sort of conditions he excels in.
A good spot.
A good spot. He's, that's a super big component of it for sure.
So, really, as you pretty much go downstream, his path back to Waddington, more than likely, he will probably stop right there in Clayton. This is kind of the wider stretch of the river, right around Alexandria to Chippewa Bay. And then it really narrows down and should calm down from really Morristown all the way up to Ogdensburg, where you see Drew Benton right there, the bridge right outside of Ogdensburg. And then there's our takeoff. There's where the weigh-in is going to be this afternoon. See Taku Ito, right there in the city of Waddington.
What a day. What a day, man. It was, action-packed. It had every sort of plot twist and turnaround of reversal of fortunes that you could possibly hope for. And we still got great competition to look forward to tomorrow.
We do.
It goes to show you how everything has to go perfect to win one of these events. Wind blows, you can't get out there, your trolling motor breaks, you're stuck there, and it changes the whole dynamic of your tournament.
Got more coverage coming up from this particular tournament. Semi-final Saturday at St. Lawrence River live mix on Bassmaster.com, followed by more Bassmaster Live. And the weigh-in on Bassmaster.com, if you want to check that out. Nothing's official until weigh-in time. I want to make sure everyone gets back for that. That's very important. That's 3 p.m. on Bassmaster.com.
Awesome day, Tommy. I'll remember this one.
I will, too. That's one of the greatest mornings ever. So many big fish
everything.
I know, yeah. I mean, the big fish were coming into the big-time players, and we were having to be on them. That's the joy when it's when Bassmaster Live works the way it ought to work. We had it going on today.
Just feel it is far from over.
Oh, we got a big day tomorrow. Don't forget about that. I look forward to seeing you right here. Again, full coverage continues at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com, and we will see you tomorrow right here on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time for more coverage of Championship Sunday. See you then.
But yeah, no, he asked me, and I think Trey said he's like, I'm stubborn, but I'm not too stubborn to ask for.
Yeah.
Or I think he used the word hard-headed, but I'm not. You know, if they're eating something, you know, and if you have a good rapport with an angler and you want to ask to get that kind of help, then go for it, man. I mean, obviously, if you're fishing the same kind of stuff and a guy's pretty far ahead of you.
Hold on one second.
Actually, not that far
I have
ahead.
to make a comment right now.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Carl Jacobson is
making a move. Oh my gosh.
Is honestly, this is really impressive because this might be his classic berth.
It is. It is 100% his classic berth.
This he told me coming into this event.
He fished a classic before.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm saying for this year. I'm saying
that'd be awesome.
He would be. He said to me that he needed to top 5 or top 10.
I hope to God Carl gets it.
That would be pretty neat.
He's still going to have some other things to happen.
Yeah,
like what?
But he's on the. Well, I mean, he's in 44th right now. Look at your back.
43rd.
Okay, then
and that's the classic cut.
Is 43rd?
Yeah,
classic cut.
Yeah. Well, that's
projected.
He's got to stay in
the
4th.
guys that have already qualified.
He's got to stay in 4th.
Yeah.
At that, or whatever the points are. That's the one thing that.
Hopefully he's a little light. I mean, 25-13. He probably has 26, man. And I mean, I'm so happy for Carl because I know that I think it was halfway through the season, like it was starting to get a little shaky. But you know, he is such a hardworking angler. He's such a good guy.
Carl did the Jonathan Kelly on me.
He pulled the peps. What did he do?
At Champlain, because he's like, I'll come be on Live Mix tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Okay? And then he made the cut.
Well, good.
Same thing that Jonathan did.
I think Carl this is his 4th cut, which is
big.
Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
Big.
And a lot harder than
he
most
made up a
people
lot
think.
of points at Champlain on that cut day, or that Saturday.
Well, that's awesome, man. It's great to see Mr. Jacobson, the mate, moving up into top 10.
You're pretty good with accents. I got to give you that.
Bro, come on.
Jeez.
It's not my first rodeo.
So Fouts is past Carlton there. Is that, I don't know. I'm still catching up with this Bass Live right now.
Yeah, you're good, dude.
He's towards the lake, but not. He didn't run.
No,
he didn't run to his.
No, he's
his
still
spot.
in the river. I think he's off of his can. He's probably doing another. I mean, he's fishing. Looks like somewhat of a drift. He's doing your technique, a little bit of a further cast.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go to the lake. I really am. I know it's windy out there, like you said, but I mean,
it's still
with
doable.
the chance. Yeah, I say that. I mean, I'm not in his position. I don't know, but I just figure, you know, you have to catch. You know, you have to catch 25.
Yeah.
And if you can't do that in the river for sure, then it's challenging, especially knowing that you have to top 10 in order to.
Well, that or maybe his lake stuff just didn't work out for him. But that's when having the experience of the Johnston brothers, and knowing when the wind's blowing like this, that is going to go down.
Yeah.
And yes, it can get a little sporty, but you know, you just take your time, know how to run troughs, and surf.
Yeah.
Bro, I was in 8-footers last year.
Oh my gosh, I've never been in water that big. In a bass boat.
I had the biggest smile on my face. I was surfing. I was like hitting the
smack the lip.
That's
funny.
Yeah, it was so much fun, and you know, it was it ended up working out. I caught 25.5 pounds or something like that day one, and including my biggest smallmouth, which is a 6.5.
Wow.
And so, it ended up working out. And so that's what my prediction is that, you know, the brothers are just going to keep their charge, and especially as the wind.
But there's
sustains
something more
tomorrow.
to that you stopped telling us about.
What do you mean?
The southwest wind.
I mean,
you were telling us your theory.
Yeah, I want
and
to hear the theory.
And we got
well, I get sidetracked
and then you stopped.
Well, because I got interrupted by the Carl.
By the tournament that's going on.
Yeah, which is good. But I mean, I'm just saying. I think I'm not sure if it has something to do with the current. With the change when it comes to conditions and smallmouth feeding, right? They're a visual feeder, right? Everyone can admit when it's sunny out, the smallmouth will bite. But I also think when you have things in effect, when you have top current that is affecting all the way down to the bottom, stirring things up, that's also putting those smallmouth in a mode to want to feed. Okay. There's a little thing called the ectrum spiral, and what that is it's like a vortex of starting from the surface of the water, surface tension, and it goes all the way down the water column, pulling stuff up, which is also similar to like upwelling.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, the tent might fly away. But that plays into nutrients getting pushed up through the water column. So when you have a strong southwest wind, you have a lot of water moving throughout the water column, and which is a lot of bait, a lot of things getting stirred up. The gobies are feeding up, and the smallmouth are chewing on the gobies.
Interesting.
So that's just my theory. I mean, I did just do like a 6-month paid internship as a marine biologist when I was in college, but I mean
subtle flex, no big deal.
It's no big deal, but I mean, that's where that ectrum spiral thing came from. It's like one of the first things that I actually remembered.
I was say. You
like that?
You wrote that down. I love that.
You like
I want to look up. I want to look that up.
Yeah,
know more.
Look it up. It's actually it's so fascinating. I'm such a nerd when it comes to this stuff.
We call that eddies on the Arkansas River.
No, it's eddies different.
Okay.
Yeah, eddies different.
Okay.
Yeah, it's eddies is not generated by wind.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean you can't have.
So these are this is a wind current that you're talking about.
This is a wind current, and this is it's the guy, I think the professor or something that theorized it, and like the study behind it of like the movement of water throughout the water column. It's pretty fascinating stuff. I don't know. You can send me a DM if I'm wrong, but
it's like I'm gonna complain to the weather-man. He's wrong, right?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, but I think it's something that I've just kind of put together, and with just kind of the past couple of years that we've been up here, and also just watching things go down and seeing how these fish react and bite.
So southwest wind tomorrow guarantees us that we will have more than 100-pound bag.
I think that there's going to be like what Kyle said. I think there's going to be at least 2. There might be 3 on my initial prediction. I think geese.
Well, you got to stand on that.
Well,
I mean, who's going to tell you?
Okay, there will be 3.
They can't even spell what you said.
There will be 3.
Steve, I said at the beginning of this tournament.
That there'd be 3.
Now, I was wrong about my prediction. I said that 18.5 to 19 would be a check.
Yeah.
So I was wrong about that. But I did say there would be 2 century belts.
2 century belts.
100%, 2 century belts. Now,
just hit it. Now you feel like there'd be 3.
No, I stand by 2.
And that's Robert and Chris?
I don't know who. I would say probably.
Then you're just totally assuming that Patrick Walters is not lying on his.
Well, what does he say he has? He's always 5 pounds light.
Yeah, 100%.
So he says he's got 17 pounds.
So he's probably got 22.
Which would put him at, 70.
I think he's got over 20.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Ekman. Sorry, not the Ectrum. Ekman spiral.
I mean, dude, you had us. You didn't dazzle us. You baffled us, and that was fantastic. I just loved it.
Okay, ready? The Ekman spiral is a spiral effect in the ocean current that occurs when wind-driven surface water molecules drag deeper layers of water molecules lower than them.
Okay.
But is that only in deep water, though?
EKMAN. So I think that, look how deep.
I understand, but we're not fishing in 70 or 100.
I understand that, but when you have that much water moving.
Yeah, you're right.
No matter what.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Interesting.
We are on a Great Lake. Yeah. Did you know that you can get, whether, don't quote me, it's the 30 or the 300 ton, whatever, captain's license for like the big mega ships. You can get hours for that license on the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
Which is the same qualifications that you need in the ocean.
Yeah. No, it's huge. It is an ocean in my book.
Dude.
I mean, you can be in the middle of that thing. And,
it's terrifying.
Yeah. Oh, my
it's
gosh.
absolutely terrifying. Anyone that's been out in the middle of Lake Ontario and you can't see land on 4 sides, it's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, 100%.
So, I don't know. The Ekman, sorry. I got it. I almost got it right.
Yeah, no, you were.
Hopefully I still sold it.
Nobody would have called you.
I feel like I still sold it, though.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
All right. So there's Patrick Walters. Is he selling you on his 17-pound sack? Would be next, and y'all think he's got over 20 without even seeing him catch a fish all day?
I haven't seen him. I know that he's got
22
20 pounds. 20 plus.
20. Yeah.
Do you think he does that on purpose
Yes.
now?
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I mean, I know he sandbags on purpose, but now it's almost like I got to do it. Or
no, it's his shtick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's like Kyle's amazing AI-generated voiceover ads. Those are awesome, dude, by the way.
They are.
I'm just going to give you a little plug, dude. Go and check out Kyle Patrick's Instagram. It's pretty legit. Definitely
They are
entertaining.
funny.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh, man. Yeah,
So he's out in the middle.
No, there's a shoal over there that he's fishing.
Not
There's
Cold Bath.
There's a break. What?
He's not fishing Cold Bath. Is he?
Let's pull
Whatever. I don't know what he's doing, but he looks like he's throwing a minnow. It's tough to fish in those conditions too, man. Like, really.
let me ask you this about Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he won last year. He's sandbagging. We know that, and we look at that and we say that there's a Chris Johnston and a Robert G. little 2-man race going. Who's the most likely third if there was going to be a 3-man or a 4-man?
I would love to see how it is right now. I mean,
so that's with Corey.
Third's Corey.
Yeah.
Okay.
First is Chris.
And then Carl in 4th.
No.
Oh, I mean,
Trey McKinney is in 4th.
You don't
for
think,
AOY.
Oh, for AOY. Oh, we're talking about.
I'm not talking about AOY.
Sorry.
I want to see how that. I mean, we can talk about both, but I mean, Patrick's down there in 10th, but if he has 21, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll
he's
bump
going to
up a
be
bit.
on up there.
But guess what? Guarantee Jordan Lee doesn't have 24.10. He has more.
Okay.
Guarantee Carl's a little light. I know
Okay.
for a fact Chris is probably going to come in with 30 pounds. And so is Corey's
So
going to come
your
in with like
southwest
22.
wind is proven pretty accurate today because those are big weights.
Those are massive weights. We didn't see any of that
yesterday
or the day before. So, I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Call me Professor Wong. all right. I'll downshift a little bit. I'll put on my humble cap.
I'm just going to start calling you Ekman Spiral.
Did you get him, Corey?
Ecky.
Ek.
Oh, look. Yep, he's filling up. This is another part of the thing that people don't really see too often. And also the price of gas on the river is pretty phenomenal. I spent over $1,000 this week, and I didn't even fish day 3.
Oh, my God.
$1,000 in gas.
I spent $300.
What? Did you
I
just
didn't go
run
to the
down
lake.
to like? Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
But I stayed down in Clayton, like during practice.
Oh, you're talking about practice and the tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, there's no way you just burned $300 worth of gas during practice.
No. I was talking about just in the tournament.
Oh, bro. I spent $300, like that, basically that during one fill-up.
Yeah.
It's $5.50. It's California gas prices on the water.
I know.
It's insane. Yeah, look. Yeah, the boys are going to
$4.97.
Dude, that's cheap.
Yeah.
That's the deal. That's the one. That's the Clayton
It'd be
one.
$4.80 if you had cash.
Dude, I took out cash. And I ended up not even going to that dock. I went to another one. There's it's that was another thing that you're factoring in, and a lot of people don't see that. That was the most stressful thing for me personally going into this event was all the logistics on how to calculate a 100-mile run and how to calculate in gas, and then what do you do when you have 10 guys ahead of you
That's what I'm saying, man.
And you need to get
so
gas.
many factors.
There's so many factors.
I only knew of 1 or 2 gas stops. I'm sure some of these guys know of 10.
There's a couple.
Yeah, exactly.
But like, there's the main community hole gas docks.
Yeah.
And you know, I think to my surprise, like I mean, having a fast boat this Derby saves you so much time. Like I would say having a fast boat is, you know, in general is pretty good, and it helps you like get to your spots quicker and X, Y, and Z. But when you're making a hour to hour and a half long run, I swear, my Bass Cat was smoking fools today, or the past 2 days, on ripping down. And coming back, I was getting 74.5 miles per hour.
Jesus.
And that's with Johnny in the boat, full of live wells, everything. John Cruz pulled up at the gas dock. I was boat 52 yesterday. John Cruz was boat 12. I pulled up right behind him. I asked him, like, hey, what boat are you? He's like, 12. I'm like, oh, dang. As soon as I got done filling, 8 boats pulled in.
Wow. Yeah, that saves you time, dude.
It saves you so much time. When we're talking about long runs.
You're making Rick Pierce so happy right now.
Well, Rick Pierce has built a phenomenal piece of equipment.
I think Maddie's plugged every sponsor.
He has done
hey,
a good
baby,
job.
we're doing our job.
And he's even told his peeps that, hey, I did my college education good, because I remember the Ekman spiral. Unfortunately, I'm going to give you. Yeah, you learn good.
We call it edumacation, boy.
Yeah.
Well, stay educated, you know, kind.
Yeah. Well, we've got to move on.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure, Bowman.
I do appreciate y'all coming.
Seriously,
thanks for having
Patty,
me.
Kyle, fantastic. Y'all are here tomorrow. May need you.
Dude, that was awesome, Kyle.
All right.
I hope everybody will stay with us and see how this weigh-in turns out.
Yeah, and see if my
with
prediction
AOY,
comes
see
down.
if Maddie's prediction comes true, which I think that it is, and then see if it comes true tomorrow.
Wonderful.
So, we'll see you here back on Live Mix tomorrow morning,
Yes,
8
take
o'clock.
care. Aloha.
Let's go.
more casts when I'm leaving. These are too little.
Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River. This is semifinal Saturday. What a day it has been. So far, if you're just picking up with us, it has been full of thrills and excitement, some big-time fish catching, crucial catches by the big players in this next to final day. Anyway, and Robert G., the rookie, still on top, as you see right there. Corey Johnston, not too far behind, and his brother Chris Johnston. That's some that's a murderer's row right there.
Yes, there's a whole lot of problems, and it was a spicy, zesty morning like we thought it was going to be from weather to drama. Everything that went out on St. Lawrence River and whatnot, on and off the water.
All
Bassmaster
right.
Live.
Yeah, you talking about the Bassmaster Midday Report?
Why not?
Well, let's just go ahead and sling right into that.
All right, take and see what we can do. Bassmaster Midday Report. Patrick Walters. Well, we talked about it on day number 2 in the morning. Actually, we talked about it on day number 1. Weather was going to be a big factor here on semifinal Saturday. A lot of the anglers that were making a run out into the lake, and really about 20 anglers that were getting it done out there, only 2 truly made it out. Well, Patrick Walters was not one of them. Shane Lee Hugh, Corey Johnston made it into the lake. Patrick Walters got close fishing around the Kingston, Ontario area. Sitting in 10th place right now. Solid day. I think we've got him right around, let's just call it 17 pounds-ish, which means he's got in the ballpark of 23 pounds.
23, something like that. Yeah. Super consistent Patrick Walters throughout this tournament. 24-12 on day 1, 24-3 on day number 2. You always look out for him when you come up here, especially having seen what we saw last year. And the man from South Carolina.
No doubt about it. We have called the Johnstons big-time sandbaggers. None better than this one right here. The Johnstons have learned from the South Carolina angler Patrick Walters. Yet another great finish in the state of New York.
Shane Lehue coming here with a purpose to get back somehow into the Classic for 2025. May have pulled it off this week.
I think so. Shane Lehue making the run out to Stony Island. Had it all to himself, fishing on the leeward side of Stony Island. All to himself, like we said, fishing from about 15 out to, call it, 24 feet of water. Very calm on the side he was on. Probably not that fun from Cape Vincent out to Stony, but sun popped out. Things started to happen. Good one right there for Shane Lehue.
Took him a long time to get out there based on those conditions you just described there, Mark Zona. But he was able to connect a few times out there and had to beat an early retreat for the same reasons.
No doubt about it. Getting to the rookie Trenasse area. Trey McKinney having a big day today. Fishing kind of on the outside, actually closer to the main shipping channel, right off that green buoy. Actually got a little bit of love from rookie David G, showing him what bait was working. Saw a couple drop shot fish early, but we're also getting word from Ron Moore. Young Trey McKinney just catching a 5-pounder or something like that.
Big doings, man. Maybe right at the last second before he has to come in.
Well, I'll tell you what, he has not quit this season, that is for sure. Despite some setbacks and so forth like that, this guy's a competitor. He stays after it.
It could lock his ROI in today. If he misses the top 10, door is open for Wesley Gore. But if he makes that top 10, nothing anyone can do. Trey will probably be your Rookie of the Year.
Exactly. Big help from his roommate, getting disqualified, JT Tompkins, so pretty much left the door wide open for Trey McKinney. Things like that happen. From Trey McKinney over to Chris Johnston. And full disclosure this morning, this is a community hole. It's a community hole because of, hold on, this man right here. Chris Johnston winning years ago. Well, Chris said, I'm not going to give much room. I gave Robert G a lot of room on day 2. Not going to happen this morning. And absolutely has smashed them. Jig head minnow, 30 feet out to 51 feet of water. And I think his smallest bass is well over 5 pounds right now.
Yeah, he could have 29 pounds right now.
He has got a giant stringer. And one of the things, watching Robert G on day 2 absolutely throttle these fish, it seems like it actually drew a whole new school into this area.
That seems to be an endless supply there. It's just an incredible spot and an incredible fishery.
Yeah.
Chris Johnson knows it better than anyone in this field.
No doubt
Came
about
out there
it.
and exploited it to the max.
Well, again, a jig head minnow, and this time yesterday, Chris Johnston worried about making the cut. Well, now he has contention for the Angler of the Year and the title of this tournament. Talking about big-time player out in the wind. A lot of big stringers coming around the Amherst Island area yesterday. One of those anglers, Corey Johnston, said, I'm going to send it, full send it. Well, he did that. Actually got seasick one time today, throwing up over the side. That's what happens when you look at forward-facing sonar. Eyes down in waves, bad idea. Horizon. CB, Kerry Barrett, eyes on the horizon, my friend. A lot less seasick in situations like that. But yet again, looks like a top 10 performance for Corey Johnston, also in contention for the victory here.
These highlights we're seeing now do not reflect how bad it was out there earlier today. With the swells and the waves, it was almost out of control. But Corey Johnston knows how to handle it, gave him an advantage over the rest of the field to be able to get there and do that. And now our leader, Robert G, the rookie, who has been just absolutely performing at a high level all year long.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that there has been well over 100 pounds caught off of this spot. And when I say spot, I'm talking 30 to 40 yards long. Robert G, a little bit disappointed that he had Chris Johnston in his back pocket, but Dave and Davey talked about it. They handled it pretty well. You know, Robert G did invite some other guests into the area.
Sure, yeah. Spreading the love.
Jig head minnow, quarter ounce jig head, soft plastic minnow.
If we gave it a little bit longer, we would get invited to go fish there tomorrow. We would have gotten an invite.
Fish for 7 o'clock
You and Z
tonight.
in a boat, me and Such in a boat, and have a time on each side of them.
Oh, no wailing on him.
Awesome day. Awesome day. I will say this, I mean it. In 20 years, today had everything out on it. It was all whatnot.
Unlike one we've seen in a long, long time. One more trip back here to the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Of course, welcome in. Oh, we know who's here. It's Z and Ronnie and Such, but we're going to welcome in our colleague. He was on earlier on our FS1 broadcast for On Location, the great Dave Mercer. And Dave, I know you enjoyed this morning as much as we did. It had something for everyone, it seems like.
Oh, it did.
It truly did, guys. I mean, everybody likes drama, and 2024 has been about a lot of drama. And just when you thought we were going to have no more drama, we had a little drama. But I feel like when I talked to Davey about it on FS1, and you're going to have drama. Drama's going to happen at this time of the year. This is always like, and that's what I keep being reminded by our anglers. Everybody has something on the line here this week. We look at the top of that leaderboard, but you look at Jacob Fouts and what an incredible season he has had. I mean, this time last year, he was on the polar opposite end of that drama, and that is trying to stay qualified for the Bassmaster Elite Series. So whether you're battling it out for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, or the tournament title, everybody has something on the line, and all of those titles were being battled out in one exact area, which I have never seen before in my life.
Dave, one of the things that we talked about, we actually talked about it on FS1 here about an hour and a half ago, and I listened to you and Davey. In all honesty, Robert G and Chris they handled it pretty well. Robert G gave his take. Chris Johnston gave his take. With that being said, I was talking to Tommy about this. I was actually talking to Middleton, producer of the Bassmaster Live show. It was pretty telling that Chris Johnston this morning before takeoff said, Robert G's not going to be happy, but I am absolutely not going to give it, because he was there on day number 2. I am not going to give him an inch. I am trying to win Angler of the Year because that is an area that I found years ago. I thought it was nice that he actually said that before takeoff.
What I read through that, and I'm just totally assuming here, I read that he had a nighttime of beating from his brother and Matt Robertson and everybody. Because let's be honest, I have never in my life seen the Chris Johnston we've seen here this week. He has, I mean, Corey, he spins off all the time. But Chris Johnston has never spun out in an event. And I felt it going into this event for the first morning before even takeoff. He was very different. He was very ratcheted up. On day 2, he admitted, this is the first time I've ever spun out in a tournament. And we saw that the first 2 days of competition. And I think that, I mean, I don't have any facts to back any of this up, but I just knowing those guys the way I do, that he was probably told, what are you doing? You have Angler of the Year in front of you, and you're being a nice guy. And so I think, you know, a lot of prodding and poking, I mean, will make a bear growl, and that's what we saw this morning.
Real quick, let's shift the focus for a minute, Dave, for another thing that's very, very important. The fact that we have returned to Waddington, New York this week. Waddington, famous for being one of the top 2 venues for Bassmaster Elite Series events down through the years. It kind of trades back and forth between Waddington and Orange, Texas. Tell us about the people. Who shows up and where do they come from? Where do they come? They come from Canada, right? They come from New York. It just looks like such a rural country place. Man, we get the crowds here.
Dave isn't giving that to Orange, Texas, man. He's from Canada.
I love the fine people of Orange, Texas. And a little known fact, when Waddington, before they had ever hosted an event, a lot of times a host will go to a previous event in another city to see how they do things. The fine folks from Waddington actually went to Orange. So these 2 events have kind of fed off each other, and they push each other. But people come from all over. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, if we had an aerial cam at the border, there is a bunch of Canadians. There was a lot of Canadians here yesterday. People from all over New York, obviously. I just talked to some fine folks that drove 8 hours to see Fouts pull this off. So there's people coming from all over, but this is a tremendous event. I mean, we were worried about the weather, but, well, I'm not going to say it, but I'm just going to say it's going to be a wonderful weigh-in this afternoon. Another thing that happened here today, guys, Bassmaster. You guys have heard about it all year long.
Here we go.
had, and I am proud to say this, we had our biggest Bassmaster clinic of the entire season here in beautiful Waddington, New York, and over 100 ladies participated in that. So kudos to them and kudos to that whole program. An incredible program, and it's just cool to see what it's doing. It's making people. I mean, it's about time. I mean, there's so many amazing lady anglers out there, and I love the Bassmaster campaign.
Yeah, I'd like to get my hands on some of that merch.
Speaking of which,
sweet,
tournament
sweet
director
merch.
Lisa Talmadge just walked past. She's got nothing on her mind today. Just
Yeah,
thankfully,
not-
you're
actually-
rookie of the year. And
Dave, if we can, I know what goes on backstage and kind of on a semifinal Saturday. Is the topic, has it been brought up that we had the leader in Rookie of the Year disqualified? Has that been brought up at all around that takeoff in Waddington?
hadn't heard that. See,
Wow,
that's a new
I
one.
figured so.
Not aware. No, people were talking about that. I mean, there's lots to talk about in this event, but obviously that a big, shocking move and a big change in that. There's been a lot of chats this season. I'll be honest. There's a lot of chatting going on in morning takeoffs and stuff like that. I mean, earlier this week, I'm not even going to get into that, but it's been fun. It's been, let's just say, it's been sporty.
It's been a sporty day for sure. Great job by you and Davey on location there, Dave, and all year long. And you're going to do some more for us tomorrow. We can't wait for that. Big day tomorrow. Big weigh-in coming up here today. Lots of things to be resolved.
Yes.
We don't know where they're going to be resolved today, tomorrow.
Dave was tap
We'll
dancing
see.
right there, Tommy. He was tap dancing.
I don't know about that. Great Dave Mercer stuff for you right there. He'll be presiding over the weigh-in at 3 o'clock right here on Bassmaster.com.
Mercer does a great job with Rookie of the Year and Angler of the Year presentations and things like that. It would be great to get those out of the way today so that tomorrow it's all about the win at the end of the year. Be able to crown that in front of the biggest crowd possibly this season.
I think the competition for the win is going to be plenty enough to keep us occupied throughout the day. So, yeah, either way it happens, I'm good with it.
Man, look, you're looking at somebody fighting to get in the Bassmaster Classic on every possible bite right now. Caleb Summerall live.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb Curley sitting in 22nd place. We get a good upgrade here. We certainly smarten up his chances.
That's number
making the
5.
classic. What?
That's number 5, and he needs a 5+ to get near the top 10.
Okay.
Maybe not enough.
Grinding, son. Grinding. Stressing and grinding.
Caleb grinding.
Thing was just stuck on the bottom. I was like, it ain't just went. Yes, sir. 5.5 pounder. Wow. Oh my God, we gotta get rid of that little one
real
now.
Close.
About 19
oh
even.
my God, why did we go to the lake? We should have stayed here all day.
Speaking of battle to get to the Classic.
Donk.
That does get him in, Such. Gets him in, or it's right there at the door of the top 10 by an ounce or two.
Well, we don't know everybody's weights yet, and there's 10 guys not on Bass Track. Right now, Tyler Rivette is 47, 504 points.
Right
Wow.
Yes.
You've heard him. That's my classic bass.
Did a lot of good work the last 2 weeks.
He
We
sure
saw
has.
him
Oh,
at
he sure
Champlain
did,
on
Ron.
camera.
Yeah. Had a great start down at, I guess, St. John's, and then kind of had a disappointment after that day. And it's taken him a little while to work back up into
Yeah, he was
things.
day one leader there.
Yes, he was. In the same place where the tournament was won, as a matter of fact. Caleb Summerall, no quit in him either.
Good for him.
Working hard. Last fish. In the river.
He'd love to fish a classic not far from his home state.
Yeah. let's take a look at
We're going to decide this today, aren't we, Tom?
Sounding like that, looking like that. Jacob Fouts, as we started the day, you look at the lead he had ahead of Corey Johnston, Trey McKinney, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Chris Johnston.
Chris is the one.
Chris is the one. That has changed during the course of the day. We're not done yet. Nothing's official till we get to weigh-in time. But that's sort of the landscape we started with this morning, and we will see how it changes and what happens at the weigh. Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Beautiful scenes up here in northern New York. Special thanks to the St. Lawrence County Chamber of Commerce, do so much here in Waddington to turn out the people, to bring the support, to bring the volunteers and everything it takes to make a big event like this happen. And it has been a big event today, no doubt about it. Last event of the year is always laden with all sorts of stories and different things that have to be resolved, points races that can be won or lost, positions in the Classic that can be gained or lost. And hey, we also got a big-time tournament going here as well. That won't be decided until tomorrow. What's that?
Hats off to Carl,
yeah,
man.
Oh, man.
Getting it done, and I believe he got that done in the river around the backside of the rookie Trenosville that has gone on throughout the week.
Excellent.
Back out to Taku Ito, Taku Boy, live.
I try to do drifting right now, but I'm no good drift fishing, so I want to catch a bass, but pretty hard. Yeah, I try to get a bass, but it's hard to catch a bass. I got a bite, but so I miss a couple fish. I need a bass.
Well, if you weren't watching Bassmaster live on FS1, some mechanical issues for Taku Boy today, and I don't know that I like a somber Taku Boy.
No,
I don't like that.
When someone is known for their joy and effusive, love of life, and they have a down moment, we always think, why is that happening?
Is that the first time you've said that on Bassmaster?
That's the first time I've ever said that on Bassmaster.
That's the first time I've ever
It's not
heard
an unknown word, though, right?
Hey, no, and I didn't say unknown word. I just
like Chris Johnston yesterday.
Culturing the fishing fans.
Thank you. That's not. If you're depending on me for culture, you're.
Whoa, easy now.
You're not doing well.
See if we can't slide back downriver, actually towards, I believe that's right around Morristown, right in the Morristown area, with Caleb Summerall.
That last 5.5 pounder did get him in our top 10. 9th place, started in 8th.
Fishing tomorrow.
Tell me how you feel after that fish.
Dude, I was stressing pretty bad, I had points to lose to miss the Classic cut, if I finished, anywhere from 47th or below. I did the math last night, and there was a chance I could drop out of the Classic cut. So I abandoned the lake and come to some history that I had in the river, and it was a grind, but dude, I got 3 decent ones. I got 3 decent ones and 1 big one, and I got a little one still to get rid of. Just those 5 fish. I mean, if I don't want to count my eggs before they hatch, but that might have did it right there. There's still a lot of variables to play. I got to get back. I'm gonna give myself a little time to get back, but I really want to catch one more of those 5-pounders. We got time. We got 1 hour to check in with 30 miles from the ramp. This Express is gonna roll about 67 going back with a load. That Yamaha's gonna scream, and we're gonna make it back. So we're grinding for 1 more big one, and like I said, we got a 115 in the box. If I can get rid of that one with another 4 or 5 pounder, might have a shot at going tomorrow. So total grind, man. I mean, I don't know what time it was when I didn't even have a bass. 11:30, 12 o'clock maybe. That makes for a long day. So we kept it tight and got it done, I think. So I'm not satisfied, you know, with, I still want that little one gone, and we're gonna work hard for that. But that one fish was just crazy, man. I mean, everything in your head starts to play the what ifs. You know, like, dang, I'm gonna miss the Classic because I don't have a limit. And you catch a 5.5 pounder. So that's why we do this. It's stressful, but I love it.
Another reason to tune in to the weigh-in, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time here in Waddington, New York. Caleb Summerall, see if he makes it to the top 10. Right behind him in 10th place right now, unofficially Paul Mueller. And on the outside looking in now, it's Patrick Walters, the first man out.
Who may have a little bit more weight than he's showing.
Which, you know, is usually the case with him. Keith Combs right behind him. Keith Combs, who has to make the top 10. He's got a chance of making the Classic next year because he'll have to go the win and in round.
Yes.
Tommy, down to the Classic. Tyler Rivette right now is 42nd, 504 points. We're going to have somebody double qualify, the winner more than likely. Brian Schmidt is right there at 43rd with Jonathan Kelly. They both have 496 points. In 45th is Carl Jacobson. There's still 10 people without weights today, so that could move him inside or have him further out. Carl Jacobson's 1 point behind those two tied for the last spot. Of course, we have opens too. So
that's right. Yeah, with regard to Classic qualifications, nothing's finalized this weekend.
And I think we have more Elite Series pros in the next 3 opens, just with what division we're talking about. We had quite a few fish the St. Clair, Leech, Mississippi River, so we've got 2 of those. And then Hartwell being the last one, we should see some guys show up there.
Get out to Drew Benton, 9th year in the Elite Series for Drew Benton, couple of wins out here.
So this morning started off pretty good, and I know you probably can't tell right here, but after that downpour, I guess one of these rivers right here upstream from me was dumping because there's a mud line now, and it's kind of got to where I was catching them, and they have completely shut down. I gave them a little bit of a break, and I'm going to spend the rest of my time here. I bounced around and caught a couple more 3.5s. My smallest one's like 360 something, so I need that one more 4.5 pounder, I think, to make the cut. And I think this is my best shot at it right here. There's a few, you know, I've got 3 4.5s off this place, and Cook caught a 4.5 here this morning, so they're definitely swimming around. I don't know if the pressure just got to them or this mud line, the water getting dirty got to them, but maybe this little bit of a break, they settled down. I can get another fish or 2 off of it here in an hour. We're not very far from takeoff. We got about a 15 or 20 minute run in, so I've still got, 40 minutes of fishing time, so a lot can happen in 40 minutes smallmouth fishing.
Crazy. Jay Shakir just caught his 4th fish. He was in 10th place. He's 33rd. Wow. Chris Zaldane, who made it out near Corey Johnston in the lake, he's got 4 fish.
He's got 4?
Just 4. Nothing too nice, though.
Cook, his math tells him he's not quite in the top 10 yet. I'm sorry, Drew Benton rather than Drew Cook. Drew Cook had caught a fish there earlier, which you mentioned that.
He's trying to make the top 10 too, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Started 25th.
Mad rush for the top 10, as it always is on semifinal Saturday. Taku Ito, got to have some big, giant things happen real fast for Taku to make it into the top 10 after having led this tournament at 1 point. Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series continues on. It's been a big season for all those anglers there, growing in numbers each and every year. The industry growing at all times. These things are so sophisticated. They afford so many things that the old kayaks couldn't give a bass angler, and you got a chance to get in there too. They got another tournament, big tournament coming up in October. State of Louisiana around Shreveport, Caddo Lake, and also I believe Lake Bistineau is going to figure in the rotation there as well. Scan the QR code and get into it. The Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series. Humminbird Bassmaster Elite St. Lawrence River. This is semifinal Saturday. Big day of action out there on the lake and mostly in the river and the area in between, the neither nor sort of area there. Take a look at the way our anglers are as they stand now. 45 minutes till check-in time for Flight 1 anglers, first flight anglers. Let's get back out to Caleb Sumrall, doing his best to lock down a spot in the Classic 2025. Lake Ray Roberts, Fort Worth, Texas. Saw him catch a good one a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Just dripping that Carolina rig down the current.
It ain't fighting like a big one. It's a coal for sure. I'm pretty sure. That's another pound. Almost a 3-pounder. 3.
Obviously, barring any sandbagging from guys like Patrick Walters, they would never sandbag on Bass Track. But if they were, it may put Caleb Sumrall in doubt. But otherwise, we could see him fishing on Championship Sunday to end the season. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to recap. If you're just joining us on the Bassmaster.com portion of Bassmaster Live, we had a big deal today with wind, and I wanted to show you the direction that we were forecasting from yesterday. Very reliable up north wind finder showing you the direction and the speed. Not too bad of a speed well before sunrise and takeoff, but as we get throughout the day, it was projected to rise in speed, and then the direction is no good. South, a little bit more south out of it, southeast, those Amherst Island, those places up north getting pounded today, and then even the Duck Island region in the middle of the screen, and that has kind of thrown a big loop into our Angler of the Year race. When we look at some Lake Master mapping, this was the area that Jacob Fouts had done all of his work the first 2 days of competition, really leaned on this heavy, and like Mark Zona said, and like that map showed, it is out in the middle of Lake Ontario, no protection, especially if you're on this portion, this big shelf before it drops off to 80 and 100 feet of water. It comes up to 10, 15, 20, and then out to 45 or 50 feet of water. Wherever you want to be on that, that is where Jacob Fouts did a lot of work. We saw some other anglers doing that as well, but today with the wind direction, it was vicious. Fouts spent the first hour and a half of his day running out there, and at a certain point had to come back fishing the river, and that did not bode well for him. He will probably not come into the top 10 with Chris Johnston being in the top 10. Probably will wrap up our Progressive Angler of the Year, but absolutely phenomenal year for him. A game plan that he was really prepared to carry out all tournament long.
Well, Chris Johnston's story, one of the huge ones coming in here, of course, before the tournament started, definitely one of the favorites, as always. Also he, Brother Corey as well, big parts of the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year scene. But he had a lot of futility the first 2 days, so we were wondering, what was he thinking before takeoff today?
I mean, G may not be happy, but I may pull up. I didn't pull up on those dots yesterday.
I mean, you're having a great.
But it's where I've caught him many times where he's sitting, and I didn't want to go right beside him, but I fished it many times. I'm the one that kind of covered it, so I'm not really going to have an option if I'm not going to lake not to fish that break right beside him. So, sorry, G, but I may have company today. It was nice yesterday. And as my brother would say, nice guys finish last. So he may have some company today, he may not like it, but he learned the spot from watching Bass live. So can't say he really found it.
The G he's talking about, of course, that man right there, Robert G, who for a couple of days has been going to town on this place.
Couple. I got 23 already. Crit, come get right on top of it, son. He's caught like 27 pounds. Come on.
Well, that is how it started. And this is kind of what went on in between. Absolutely trading blows. Young rookie from Tennessee, pretty flawless. Not only here on the St. Lawrence, but the last couple weeks, last couple events on the Bassmaster Elite Series, catching yet another big stringer of smallmouth. But as Chris Johnston said, I'm going to be in his back pocket. I'm not going to give him much room. And from there, off to the right-hand side, Chris Johnston with an absolute St. Lawrence River giant. We said it on FS1. It has been like a happy Ewok against a stormtrooper all day long. Even though Robert G might be leading this tournament, the bag that is in Chris Johnston's live well, absolutely unbelievable. One of the biggest 5-fish smallmouth stringers I believe we have called here on Bassmaster Live. Historic day for Chris Johnston on an area, a known community hole that has been throttled for the past 48 hours. That is your Power Pole replay of Ron. What do you need?
Z, I wanted to tell you, I got a message from somebody who fishes the St. Lawrence River quite a bit and said, I'll tell you how bad of a community hole it's gotten since Johnston made it widely famous. On mapping apps, the waypoint is public and it's named Bassmaster Spot, which drives me crazy because I fished there since '01. And so, yeah, it's gotten a lot of pressure not only this week, but in general.
Matter of time for rookie Trenoskets.
Oh, yeah.
Officially dropped in there.
You agree with that.
You know that's right.
I can't imagine how it would be spelled on there, though. That's not the easiest thing to do off the top of your head. You might have to, might be some Google involved.
Or even spell check, God forbid.
We could change it for tomorrow on Fox, TRI-NOSS. Trenas.
Yeah.
Kind of spell it a cooler way.
I hear that.
Takuito, bad outcome for him today.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
That is a bummer.
Not his fault, just an equipment malfunction that was pretty much unavoidable.
$26.2 on day one, led, and then 24 pounds yesterday.
He sure did.
Now he's got 9.7.
Yeah, and that was a tough 24 pounds yesterday.
I was going to say about Chris Johnston. I was surprised he came in with 20.
I was too, Suge.
He was hanging down there in the 16. I thought he had lost it. No, seriously.
Well, we had told you yesterday, it said 16, but his cameraman said probably 18 and change.
But
and
then he had 20.
Then he has 20.
Which kept him in it, I think. I mean, if he comes in with, I mean, you know, today if he's got 29 and a half, might have slipped in the top 10.
I want these chartreuse ones.
29 and a half would have possibly won him AOI if he was lower yesterday. Instead, it could give him a bigger margin of victory than we assumed. You know what I'm saying, Tommy? We thought how close it was coming in. People will look at they'll glance at the AOY leaderboard at the end of the season and think, wow, that was kind of a blowout, a little runaway. But it was just the flop from today. Him going from the 30s to the top, and Fouts going from the top to the 30s, possibly.
No, it was the power of a super morning, basically, was what turned the tide there.
I got it as a 42-point swing. He's up about 26 right now. On second place, Trey McKinney. Corey's third, tied with Jacob Faust with 732 points. Chris has 759 right now. Now Corey's at 74 pounds even. Robert G's leading with 76.15. Corey's probably on the 100-pound pace again. He has had
looks
a
like he
century
is,
belt
friendo.
here. So he's a little bit short. And Robert G would be our 6th rookie this year if he were to get a century belt. The 5 guys at Lake Fork.
Mm-hmm. Again, we remind you, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, right here, Bassmaster.com. Weigh-in will crank up.
We'll see what they really have.
Yeah, we've still got unreported anglers out there.
Oh yeah, there's
right
about 10. Who,
oh yeah, there's no doubt about it.
There's no question. So,
and they, for the most part, put them down the order. So those 10 that were unreporting, most of them, if not all of them, were 40 to 50 to start the day anyway. So they would have to have a Chris Johnston day to affect our top 10. Yeah.
Drew Benton couldn't squeeze much more out of that spot right there, so you got a little runoff from one of the feeder creeks coming in there as well, sort of complicating things. So he's going to have time to try another spot or two before he has to report in at Waddington.
Z, I am getting Twitter notifications from football writers about how good Caleb Williams looks. And
I know.
Driving me nuts.
I know. I've been a little quiet the last 30 minutes watching Gamecast during Bassmaster.
Way to go.
No. Yeah, the 40-yarder to Roman Dunze was really pretty, but anyway.
Well.
Exactly. And listen, we've got an event here, guys. The final Bassmaster Elite Series
Tighten
event
it up here. Come on, let's do
of the
it.
2024 season.
No,
we need to get a Stormtrooper with Chris Johnston's face.
Yeah.
I think the next
Shooting
Star
them.
Wars movie is called Revenge of the Ewok.
Yeah.
I
Let's
think.
go!
There we go.
Imperial March!
All right.
Let's go!
The hat works really
Wow,
good
he looks
with
like
that.
half like Bane from The Dark Knight. What
I
a
love
day
that.
we're going to have tomorrow.
Oh, my gosh. Chris, saga continues.
All zesty and spicy whatnot, Tommy says.
What is coming up tomorrow?
I don't know.
What is going to be happening out there tomorrow? I thought we couldn't see any more than we've seen today, but you know it's going to be going down out there. Weather conditions may not be a whole lot better. Might open up to some of our anglers out there in Lake Ontario.
I said it on FS1. I'm going to be dead honest with you. You literally could see Corey and Chris surrounding Robert G tomorrow.
Could come to that. I mean, sure. I mean, my gosh, the battle royal at the top of the leaderboard. Goodness.
What a day. What a day. I literally said this during the broadcast earlier. One of the weirdest, not a word, but funnest days on Bassmaster.
I mean, it was so fun to watch the competitive sense of these guys out there. I mean, they're not messing around on this final 2 days of fishing in the Bassmaster Elite Series. You're out there to get what you can get and finish your year off as best you can do it. And today was a great example of that.
Absolutely. Great day. Fun day. Had everything. Hats off to Caleb Summerall. Might punched his ticket to the 2025 Bassmaster Classic.
You're going to look at tomorrow. We could see a two-time winner in Corey Johnston this year. You could see two-time in Trey McKinney. Yes, Robert G. righting all those wrongs from this year. Right. Chris Johnston could win AOI and the tournament.
There's more than a double handful of reasons to tune in tomorrow. It will all be seen. Weigh-in coming up, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is pretty much right now on Bassmaster.com. And, of course, Championship Sunday is tomorrow. Starts the same time as it started today. Same place at FS1, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to our camera guys who had to go out there in some of that rough stuff all day long. Great. Congrats to the anglers. We'll see you 8 a.m. tomorrow, FS1.